in that way, unfortunately, that the education will be kind of one of the things that will be education or teaching itself will be kind of an obstacle in the classroom. The schooling way will be good for the smart student, not the smart, the students who work hard, who study, who memorize, who learn by rote. I mean, they keep memorizing things. And on the other hand, the other students who are like as smart, they can, but hard for them to memorize, they will not be engaged in this kind of classrooms. Okay, now what we need to do is just to transform the teaching procedure in our classrooms. And we have a question here. So the question is, what should we do to our teachers to have them be the ideal teachers for a classroom, a communicative classroom? The question is not, the answer to the question is not actually hard, it's easy. All we need to do is just to inspire our teachers, to motivate them, to have them working in groups and teams and learn from the experience of each other. They should work as one team to lead the change that we need in Libya or in our classrooms. How could we do that? So there are many things that we can do. In like TESOL Libya, I'm sorry, I have to go back. Yeah, the team of TESOL Libya, we discussed together those problems, and because we were trying to make kind of change in the education in Libya, we focused on many things. The answer, we helped our teachers to do stuff, to have them work together, so that they can gradually lead the change, and by themselves they will change to be kind of ready enough for communicative classroom and to get rid of the traditional boring classrooms. So our targets, or the way that we, or the points that we focused on in our role to lead the transformation of education was through professional teams, research teams, collaboration between teachers from different places and universities, continuous or sustained professional development session, extracurricular activities for both the teachers and the students, because teachers also need to have activities and kind of keep their knowledge fresh and keep learning stuff. And so we also held many conferences, workshops, international conferences, actually outside Libya and inside Libya. And then volunteering work is something that we miss in our country, but it's really fantastic. It has outcome, like positive outcome to the teachers and to the people who need the help. And then finally, the educational technology was kind of integrating technology in steady steps so that we have really interactive classrooms and different ways of teaching. Okay. Okay, so here we have, so life is different today, teaching is different, education is different, technology made a big change in life in general. So technology and educational technology, using all the internet tools will be really, is really needed. I mean, it's something that's really needed. But still not education technology alone. We need also to change our classrooms. We need to help our students and learners to think critically, to think analytically, and to engage them in the learning process, to have them work in teams, in pairs, in groups. We need to enhance social interaction, communicative interaction. We need to lead very active and energetic classrooms. From here, we moved in TESOL Libya, and we worked on we took practical steps to change whatever we can change and to lead the transformation. So among the things that we did is that we focused on providing resources through we connected Books for Africa, which is an organization that would give free books to countries, and we took from them like books in two separate two separate times. We got more than 60,000 books, and they were distributed all over Libya. They were free. We only asked for membership because we had to cover all the expenses of the transportation and the stuff, and it was fantastic. After we got the books like arrived to the very in the desert, like I don't know how to say that, in the south, in the last point in Libya in the south, we joined some competitions, and we could win the first place in the pictures wise, and it was announced in the publication of Tisol Libya, in the publication of Books for Africa. So they mentioned that Libya won the first position in with this picture. And then we started focusing on the professional development sessions, and we had our faculty members go and conferences outside the country. We joined 3 conferences in Tunisia. We were working with the engineers, the IEEE team, because we were kind of focusing on education and technology, and e-learning is part of the conferences normally. And we had fantastic faculty members who got the chance to participate, to present their ideas, and it was kind of a motive to them to start researching more about education and technology, and it was really a success. And then we also paid attention to volunteering, and we got volunteers from all over the world. I mean, we started with the volunteers from Libya, but we got people to volunteer from outside. They helped the students of Open University to take some classes via open and distance education. They were giving them classes via Zoom. And then we also helped the refugees. We helped the blind people in the Noor Association in Libya, which has got a huge number of visually impaired students, and they really need help with transferring books to Braille language and leading some activities. And we got many volunteers through Tisol Libya to help them and support them. Then we focused on the international schooling in Libya, which is something that's still struggling to be totally accredited in the country. What we did is that we tried to help kind of checking the material, studying the curriculum, and making the equivalency so that people who want to study international material, they can do it in the country with paying good attention to the kind of curriculum they're studying. I mean, they still need to study certain things that we study, like Islamiyat, Islamic studies, Arabic language, and the history also. It has to be connected to the Arab and the Libyan history, just kind of a change that needs to be done, besides all the material that they study. And we have people who get their certificates from Cambridge, actually, from the IGCSE and from different other accredited certificates. And then we came to the collaboration. I mean, we had fantastic sessions when Libyan teachers come together, and they kind of present the way they teach in their classroom, and they share their thoughts. And for those who attended training courses or teaching practice sessions or traveled to get any kind of information or course, they would share their thoughts to the others. And we had small workshops. They were very, very beneficial, very energetic, very informative, and everyone was learning with having fun. And all our efforts were kind of rewarded, seeing all those faculty members and teachers learning and helping each other. Okay. Okay, so I'll just here, I'll share another, I don't know how to do that again, but okay. So I'll, I want to share.
You want to share Facebook?
This one.
Okay.
So this is when you go to Facebook here, and you just, all you need to do is just you just search TESOL Libya and click on videos. So what you get is that the whole, I mean, like very impressive videos and stuff that has been done through the past 4 years. So we have here, for example, you can, if you want to, we still have time, you can choose one of the videos if you want to watch them. So we have here
Your
people,
mic,
we have a, yeah, is it over? Okay.
Your mic is muted.
The time
we can't
over.
hear you, Dr. Nadia.
My mic is muted. My mic is muted.
Now it's okay.
Is it working now?
We can hear you. I think it was okay.
We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I just want to wrap up the session because it seems that I've taken all my time. So when you search like TESOL Libya here on Facebook, and you click on videos, and you hear what you will get, I mean, kind of very impressive videos here about the activities that we have done with our teachers, hoping that we can make small change in their way and kind of helping them integrate technology, collaborate, volunteer. We have here international conferences where people are presenting. Mr. Shayban, Dr. Shayban, Dr. Ahmed Maher, and Dr. Yusuf Omar were, I mean, some of our presenters. We have Dr. Sumaya Al-Ajeli here. We have workshops with very senior like faculty members like Dr. Yusuf, Dr. Tahir Gubbiya. He kind of explained stuff to teachers. We also have here like using a craft, extracurricular activities to enhance learning English, workshops in teaching, preparing students for the IELTS. The books that we distributed to the country, I mean, just when you go through the page, you'll be kind of watching nice stuff. So
that's extremely good, Doctor.
Hopefully we can, yeah.
You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, we're good. Okay. Okay, so I would like to thank everyone again, and I'm really, really happy that I get the chance to be in the committee, to be a keynote speaker, and to present at the same time a topic with Dr. Ahmed Maher. Thank you very much, and good luck to you. I mean, you were really, really fantastic. Your job is fantastic. You are working as a team, doing a fantastic job, and thank you, everyone.
Thanks
and our greetings
Nadia,
to,
you have presented.
Palestine.
You've given a very nice presentation. You were very informative, and actually we enjoyed the way you work as a team, the way you enhanced the teaching processes in Libya, and the way you really joined forces, and you joined your collaboration, and you collaborated with even international associations to help and to aid the Libyan teachers and students as well.
Thank you very much.
If we have 5 minutes for any questions or any comments from the group.
Can I, Dr. Nashat?
Yes, we have a question from Dr. Jihad Musallami. He says, Dr. Nadia, it seems that the main focus is developing the minds of learners and teachers. What about the developing the flesh and the spirit? Dr. Nadia?
Again, please, the question. Hello? You're muted.
The mic is muted, Dr. Nadia.
Yeah.
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 Dr. Nadia, the mic.
Hello?
No, Dr. Nadia, the voice is clear. Dr. Nashat, your mic is muted. Dr. Nashat, your mic, yes, no, yes. Nadia is clear.
Yes. Go on, Dr. Nadia.
What's the question again, please?
It seems that you focus on the minds of learners and teachers. What about
Yes.
their flesh and spirit?
Well,
Would you like to elaborate the question more?
yeah. Okay.
Okay, you have been doing a fantastic job
Thank you.
regarding teachers and learners' minds. But as Roger says, human beings, learners and teachers are flesh, spirit, and mind. So
True.
I mean by flesh, flesh, we have to know their weight, what they suffer from, provide them with the healthy food and a good salary for teachers. Without good salaries, teacher flesh will be weak. And about the spirit, what they like, dislike, the colors they like, the infrastructure of the classroom, the colors of the classroom, and that stuff. I mean, you have to make a sort of needs analysis in order to design what we are going to design or planning for based on their needs or the country needs, in other words. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. My comment on your answer is that as a non-profit organization, we could do whatever we could do under that, like within that framework. All our workshops and stuff was kind of totally free. We only got some membership just to keep us going on. And at the same time, we helped a lot the social interaction between our teachers. They need to interact and meet. They need to talk to each other. And that was really good. That was kind of spiritually very influential. They were meeting, talking, laughing, eating, having fun, and exchanging thoughts. And I mean, we witnessed very precious moments with our teachers, with our faculty members. We have fantastic faculty members in our university. And when they stand in front of each other and tell each other their experiences and get feedback, those moments are very precious. So it's just, they might look small steps, but spiritual wise, like educational wise, mind wise, physical wise, those steps are really needed and they are really inspiring, and their effects are really, I mean, really great. Hopefully we could do something, but we still need, I mean,
thank you very much, Dr. Nadia.
Thank you very much.
You were very informative, and your paper was extremely enjoyable. Now, to move ahead, Dr. Munder, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nadia, for your informative presentation. But I would like to just comment
Dr.
on
Munder Ziyud.
Yes, Mr. Nashat. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nadia, for your presentation. It was very informative. But I would like to comment on something like, we are always saying that the teacher
and whether the teachers are teaching the same way they are taught or not, and we have to change their style, their way of teaching to follow modern like methods, etc. Fine, but how much as a Ministry of Education we are giving space to the teacher in the classroom to maneuver? We are controlling him, restricting him with a prescribed textbook where he has to follow that textbook strictly and be judged on that textbook, whether he has completed it on time or not.
Sure.
This is one. Another thing, when we hold training for our teachers, we train them and we leave them. How much we are following up their training after they finish their training? Do we follow the sustainability of the training? Do we really investigate whether the teachers are performing or implementing what they have been trained to do or not? This is one thing. So I think sustainability is not there. And we are always telling that the teacher should do, the teacher should do. Fine. But why don't we also do as a Ministry of Education or like an official body to give the teacher chance to maneuver and to just remove him from the traditional way to a modern way in an easy way that he can do?
True.
Thank you.
True. That's really impressive. I mean, your comments are really impressive. So the thing is that we also don't accept, I mean, in our classrooms in Libya, we don't have that procedure where teachers would get feedback from the students themselves about their performance and from their colleagues, if they collaborate enough or not, and from, I mean, the outcome of their classrooms. We actually need this kind of, I mean, evaluation, because teachers need to keep working like the students. They need to facilitate the classrooms in a very smart way, and they need to work hard outside the classroom so that they relax inside the classroom and have the students do everything. And they need feedback on that. They need to be observed, to be encouraged. Professional development sessions should be kind of mandatory in our classrooms for the teachers. I mean, it's not fair that you find a student who graduated like 20 years ago and he keeps teaching the same subject in the same traditional way without integrating technology, adding any kind of different activities. So, I mean, it's really needed, and we need the Ministry of Education in our country. Yeah,
that's right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nadia. Now I know that we need to go to Dr. Shayban, our second keynote speaker, Dr. Shayban Haris Ahmed. He's from the University of Tripoli, Libya. He's the member staff at Faculty of Languages at the University of Tripoli. He's an expert, consultant, and instructor of IELTS. And he will present us with a paper titled "The Darkroom Teaching Technique Used and Developed Effectively by Online IELTS Courses During the Coronavirus Pandemic." Dr. Shayban, the floor is yours, sir. Tfaddal.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim wa salatu wa salam ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. In the name of God, most grateful and most merciful. Today, I want to start by, I would like to thank all of the community members and the attendees. And of course, first of all, I want to ask to thank Dr. Yusuf Omar Zaghwani for his kind invitation, and for the Democratic Arabic Center for their really this nice initiative for developing learning and learners in the Arab world. And of course, and most importantly, I'd like to say my sympathy and my heart feelings for the people in Palestine, our dearest country, and of course all the people who are resisting the Israeli occupation in their land. Today, I want just to present, is my screen shared with all of you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. So today I just want to share my, we say, little experience. Actually, I developed that experience through my online classes, and all the credit is for Dr. Nadia Ansar, who was the first one who suggested that I should start online teaching. As usual, she always gives the right, we say, suggestions and the right, we say, advice in the right time. And I started actually more than 1 year now. And I developed my teaching techniques throughout this period, especially for classes dedicated for IELTS preparation courses in our Arab world. And I had students from around the world, from the United States, of course, Arab students living in the US, UK, Asia, Africa, here in Libya and other Arab countries. The technique, I called it, today I'm going to focus on what happened to me as an instructor. I would like to thank Dr. Nadia. She talked about the teachers and how should teachers develop their techniques to make the teaching, we say, or learning processes easier and we say more beneficial for students. So today I'd like to share my little experience with you in this from this perspective. I called it the dark room because it's just a name, and we'll see in a minute what do I mean by the dark room. Of course, there are no dark rooms in the issue, but this is just a metaphor. I used it for this new little technique. First to think first, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, as you can see from the verses of the Holy Quran, it's from the first surah, which is Al-Baqarah. And as you can see that Almighty God learned people, or made Adam learn all the names. So that Adam alayhi salam learned. So we are a learning creature. We learn, we can learn. اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم. So here it's again from God, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that we can learn, we should know how to learn. So we are a learning creature. So we are learning creatures and we can develop by learning. Today I want to talk about something I developed in the last 10 years or more than 10 years, which as I called or named the pulsatory teaching technique, or from pulses. Actually, this technique is a very simple technique, which I'm using this technique with you now. The technique, simply in a very short, we say, terminology, I make my students learn and develop creative thinking and problem solving activities and abilities throughout these short pulses. Pulses, I mean, when I don't take much time to explain any principle. Any principle in my methodology, I use from 40 to 60 seconds to explain any learning principle. And I base my technique on what comes or what we have on the Holy Quran. All the Holy Quran verses, they are not too long. You can have one line or two lines when you have a principle. This is from Allah. That's why we have reciters. We have warattil al-Quran tartila. This is the way we should read or recite Holy Quran. So we don't have long, highly complicated ideas given in a very long time. So pulsatory means you have to use pulses. Each pulse is a piece of information to be given in a very short time. Then after that, pulsatory can be used in any learning environment, whether you are in a cottage like this one, made of mud, in a rural area, in a very poor country, or in a highly developed and we say very rich countries. The idea is we need a teacher who can manage sending these messages, these pulses, in a highly controlled timing. And time is the crucial issue or the most important thing in, we say, sending the piece of information. And receivers, as you can see from the photo in front of you, They can be any type of students, elderly students, youngsters, whatever, as long as the teacher keeps giving these pulses in a very, we say, should have some consistency. That means his tone, his voice tone should be highly consistent. And of course, in this way of teaching. So we don't need to spend too much time to deliver an idea. That's the idea. The dark room, that leads me to, or this issue leads me to, what do I mean by the dark room technique? Throughout pandemic teaching, you can imagine now this classroom, and as you can see, nobody is here. What happens if all your students were ghosts? You can't see them, but they can see you. This is what happened actually to me in my classes. Due to the coronavirus pandemic circumstances and student circumstances, social circumstances, most of the students, they couldn't open their, we say, their cameras. So what happened in these classes, I have just my material in front of me. And as you can see here, an empty room. Empty room means no faces, just audios of the student. So that's why I called it the dark room technique. What happened here, or what happened to me actually, I developed, we say, some hunch or some knowledge competence that enabled me to know the students' needs. And the students, some students, they were, of course, behind their screens. I can't see them, but I can feel that they are sitting around me. And in my classes, the number was about 20 to 26 students, sometimes 30, more than 30. So I could feel my students, and I developed this feeling. And as today, with her great presentation, Dr. Nadia, in the beginning, she started with me. How about you, Shayban? She asked me a question. And this is actually what happens in my classes. I started asking questions to my students from my hunch that, let's say, Dr. Omar or Ahmed Maher or Dr. Nadia, or that there is something there. So in this way, I developed connection with my students, and I could feel the way they are feeling towards the information. Of course, the most important thing in these classes, you should keep something on the screen. You should keep, we say, pulsing, or using these pulses, learning pulses to students continuously. And you have to be consistent. You have to be, that means you have to have a very high control of time management, as I'm doing now with you. Then what happened after that? I'm going now to show you a graph, a very simple graph, which summarizes the whole job of mine. I'm going to start from line number 1, line graph number 1. As you can see here, it's the line graph shows the vertical and horizontal, we say, axes, and we say horizontal axis means that we have midterm and mid-course and end of the course. Sorry, that's then we have something called timing. As you can see, my time is divided to 60 hours per course. And the first line shows the achievement in during the course of my students, and I linked my results to real IELTS exams results. By this I mean, when in the traditional way in the past, I used to give these 60 hours in this, or the course of 60 hours, the results were, we say, measured after 60 hours in a way that, well, this is the achievement and the achievement of my students. Then after that, in the second phase of pulsatory, I use pulsatory, and you can see the great difference between the achievement from traditional teaching classes, which I used one of them. I was one of these traditional teachers in the past, and with the results of these pulses. And the great achievement happened actually after 50 hours. And then I use these very highly timed pulses. I'm repeating myself again. That means to give a concept in IELTS or a technique in IELTS, I just make it, I gave it very, using very short time, 40 to 60 seconds. And by doing this throughout the course, the students develop competence and performance at the end of the course, which both of these issues increase their creative thinking. That means they come up with ideas, original, authentic ideas, which I never gave them such ideas, and they can manage, solve problems. Of course, there are many of them, especially in such an international exam. So they can manage solving them. They manage having a quick decision throughout. So what happened actually, the thing that really surprised me is the third phase. The third phase, the achievement happened actually within 30 hours, the first 30 hours. And that made me to minimize the course, not for 60 hours, but I gave the course a time limit for 40 hours. At the end of this, I managed the same achievement, huge achievement, not in 60, but in 40 hours. And the time when the change happens actually is in the 32nd hour. I don't know what actually is happening in the brain and what are the neuro or biochemistry or the neuro issues which are affecting this change. But I can lead. I can assure you that if you keep doing these pulses, no one will feel bored, and the achievement will be very high. Yesterday, Dr. Umar asked a question to one of the presenters. He said, how could a teacher maintain or motivate students without seeing their faces? That was a question yesterday, actually. So that's the idea. So I can't see them, and they can see me, but they can see also the materials. Then by time, as you can see, this miniature photo of mine is just a little photo, a little thing in a big screen. So the information given and the consistency of delivering the information, and that leaves no space for feeling boring, or no one can feel bored, or they can just say, I don't understand. So this is the way. Again, I just want to make a revision about the whole thing. To sum up this thing, I say pulsatory or these darkroom technique, as you can see here, it's enlightened me. It's not only for just to develop the students' performance. Actually, I'm the one who has been developed, we say, in a very nice way, in a very wonderful way. And my performance has been improved by this technique without even knowing this. Again, I'm reciting, or I'm just referring or giving my reference to the Holy Quran, where all the verses of the Holy Quran, they came in this way. The question is, why don't just follow it? Thank you for your listening, and thank you a lot for being with me today. This is just a little participation in our world. And I hope, or I wish, if this could be developed one day, or just to be taken by our teachers. It doesn't need technology, it just needs consistency, a voice pitch, and I think all teachers, they have this sound ability. I think they have developed, or we have developed this ability throughout the years. And I wish you all the best, guys, and I hope that you like this little presentation. And thank you all for coming and sharing this with me. Thank you.
That's an interesting, innovative way, innovative technique of teaching and helping our students. I personally hope to contact you, Dr. Shayban, and get more knowledge about the way we can send the pulses and what type of pulses that we can
This is
do.
what I used with you guys.
I believe that
I used with you for 20 minutes.
Our colleagues would like to comment. Yes, Dr. Yusuf?
Yes, I finished in 16 minutes, by the way. I finished in 16 minutes.
You got the right to have more 4 minutes, dear.
No. That's what I told Dr. Yusuf Zahwani. I can finish before 20 minutes, and this is what I did.
Thank you. That's great. So kind of you. Thank you so much.
Yes.
That's very nice, Doctor.
You are welcome.
I see that here a nice technique can be used with adults and young learners through giving pulses suitable to the level of the students. Do you use the same pulses with old students and adults?
Yes,
as well
it's
as
the audio. It's the audio that makes the magic. It's the ability of the learners. As long as you can hear me, as long as you can understand me. So we have a mutual channel. So this channel can transmit and receive. And this transmitting and receiving should be controlled by tone, which I'm using it now with you. This is not the way I speak actually, but I'm teaching now, I'm lecturing. So in this way, I have to make my sound pitch a little bit different from the normal way. And I don't have to use long sentences. Yes, short sentences, short ideas, 40 to 60 seconds, and it's done. That's it.
Very, very nice technique, Doctor.
You're welcome.
Would you mind writing your email
Yes.
on the chat? So if anybody wants to get more information, could contact you on that.
Dr. Nash, in seconds, I suggest for Dr. Yusuf and Dr. Suhaib to have full list of our emails or researchers so we can get in touch with each other after this conference. Thank you so much.
Yes.
So this is one of the recommendations. Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, Dr. Yusuf?
Yes, if you
would like to say something before we start?
Yes, so if you don't mind, I'd like for the nice presentation, for the nice thoughts. In fact, I'd like to thank Dr. Shayban Al-Harith. Actually, they are close friends of mine, and we work together in some academic events. The last one that was in Al-Bayda when Dr. Shayban, I was the visit of this conference. You remember Shayban? That was last year, and he presented his theory, embarrassing theory or something like that. He started his theory. It was great, in fact, and what I like, in fact, that he consists with the time. So the same he did that in the conference in Bayda within the time. And the other thing is the relationship between we started the presentation with the dark room and he ended with the bulb, as if there is technology that enhances or paves the path for us to get out of the dark room. And this is a good way. Dr. Nadia, I'd like your presentation, but I'd ask if maybe you can often, instead of just only focusing on Libya, just to go over. There are some other poor countries in Asia and Africa, so we can help these countries. As you know that you are the representative of the TISL in the western part of Libya, and I am the representative of TISL in the eastern part. So we can join together, work, and we are ready to distribute books, maybe to people in Gaza, because they need it, in fact. And I'm ready to do that.
Yes, we surely need such aids.
Well, I'm ready. Yeah. I'm ready, and I'll do this willingly. I'm really happy, and I'll be very happy if I can participate in developing or the learning process of course, with my colleagues and with this nice group of learners and scholars. Yes, in this conference.
Thank you very much.
Actually, the program of the university, Al-Quds Open University, is fantastic. I mean, we're way behind the way they deal with their curriculum, and mashallah, they're doing a great job. We want to learn stuff from them because our university is still kind of struggling. And we figured out that the kind of open and distance education in Al-Quds universities, it's really, really impressive. I mean, they have very nice programs, and they're kind of utilizing the distance
and the
education.
universities do not stop. The department doesn't stop developing its curriculum. Every semester, every year, we have new items, new additional information for the students, new techniques. Of course, Dr. Majid is our chairman, and he is the head of the Department of English, and he holds lots of responsibility along with Dr. Basim and other brothers and sisters, other doctors, to develop our department.
You're integrating technology in a fantastic way, and you're kind of developing your curriculum, and the way the curriculum it looks, it's fantastic. I mean, we really want to learn from you. Like, we will be more than happy to collaborate with you.
Dr. Nash, in fact, we say in English, necessity is the mother of invention. In fact, it's not by chance that Al-Quds University have advanced and took steps since more than 20 years for developing and building up a university. So the slogan is a university in a homeland and a homeland in a university. So it is the first time in life that the campus will go to the students instead of the students will go to the campus. When you are living under occupation, occupation can control many things, but cannot control your mind. The Israeli occupation couldn't occupy the Palestinian creative mind, and this occupation was the main motive behind having creativity in the Palestinian minds, and we are proud to be one of the most educated nations in the world. Though we are living under occupation, we are proud to be a part of this Arab community, and we believe that more cooperation between Al-Quds University and all of you, dear respected colleagues in this conference, will create a good atmosphere of exchanging experiences with the aim to reach to the most developed theories for the benefit of the Arab generations, who for sure one day will come and pray and stay in Jerusalem and visit the Holy Land, free Palestine, after inshallah this occupation will go. So I appreciate any collaboration, and we were ready to give you our experience in developing the e-learning, the blended learning, face-to-face, along with and virtual classes and so on.
That's great. We look forward for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now let's start with our first paper today. The paper will be presented by Dr. Hana El-Badri and Fatma Abu Bakr from the Department of Literature, Faculty of Languages, University of Baghdad, Libya, Benghazi, sorry, University of Benghazi, Libya, University of Glasgow, Scotland. They are presenting their paper titled Promoting Intercultural Understanding in the Libyan EFL Classroom through Picture Books, a dialogical approach, Okay, so Dr. Hana El-Badri and Dr. Fatma Abu Bakr, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much.
Have 15 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Hello. So as you read the title, the paper today focuses on promoting intercultural understanding in the Libyan EFL classroom. We are using or suggesting a dialogic approach. So the focus of the presentation, is on the role of the culture or culture and for communication, and we present also intercultural awareness and its concept. We'll discuss the differences between cultural and intercultural understanding, how to develop intercultural awareness, dialogues and dialogic learning, or the role of dialogues for learning. Also, we'll focus on picture books, what's meant exactly by picture books, and how to select appropriate picture books, or how to teach it. In the conclusions, Fatma will discuss the features of dialogic approach to intercultural understanding by using picture box. Culture, first we'll start with the culture, what it means and what its role for communication, slide 3. So culture reflects the system of beliefs of particular society. It comprises attitudes, behaviors, social habits, and it represents, the members of a specific social group. It's based on common meanings and reflects social morals. It's a code for communication, and it refers to the process of sharing common meanings, thoughts, hopes, and knowledge. So it involves decoding and encoding messages. So the background of individuals determine the way the messages are decoded and encoded, not only individual experiences, but also those of the cultural group in which they live. For gender, as shown in slide 2, culture cannot be known without communication. So it's a base or a basic element for communication, and communication can only be understood with understanding of the culture or with the culture it represents. What is intercultural awareness then? An important point to stress here is that intercultural awareness acknowledges the cultural dimension of communicative competence. A basic definition reveals that intercultural awareness is a conscious understanding of the role of culturally based forms, practices, and phrases of understanding. That can have intercultural communication. It's an ability to put these conceptions into practice in a flexible context, in a specific manner, and real life communication or communicative practices. Then here we should make a comparison between cultural and intercultural. What's meant by cultural and intercultural awarenesses? For Ledycott in 2005, he differentiates between cultural and intercultural perspectives. For him, the cultural perspectives refers to the process of developing background knowledge. So the basic step for developing intercultural awareness is to have background or cultural background knowledge. Depending on how such knowledge is acquired, it remains external to the learner and is not intended to confront or transform the learner's existing identity. So the intercultural perspective, on the other hand, represents the transformational component that included, centering the learners from their own cultural assumptions to develop intercultural identity to less influenced by native speaker culture. Now, if you move to slide 6, it focuses on, developing intercultural awareness. For Piotrowska, he gives, some stages for developing intercultural awareness for learners. First of all, he stresses that learners need to explore the two cultures, which involves what? Developing knowledge to explore the first and the target culture, and then a comparison between the two cultures, the first and the target. In this process, learners, or in this stage, learners need to explore similarities and differences between the target culture and the first culture. They need to bring, the two cultures into relation with an awareness of the learner's native culture. Developing cultural awareness, which is the third stage. In this stage, learners need to develop cultural sensitivity to distance themselves from cultural attitudes. The last stage of developing intercultural awareness, it is the process, of observing, evaluating, and reflecting on their own culture and the target culture. So here we can see that intercultural learning is about the development of knowledge, skills, and attitudes needed for effective and appropriate communication and behavior when interacting across the different cultures. Some commonly agreed upon elements include curiosity and discovery, so cultural knowledge, perspective-taking skills, critical cultural awareness, listening skills, empathy, and adaptability. So this is the first stage of the approach, is the intercultural awareness. Now we know what is it exactly. We'll move now to dialogic learning, or dialogues, or the role of dialogues in learning. So dialogue is a term that has gained, much attention over the last decades, frequently preceded by the adjective intercultural. Its uses can be divided into two strands: intercultural dialogue as a response to the globalization in order to manage increased cultural diversity, and a dialogue as an approach to intercultural learning through dialogic activities. Or readers' dialogue with the text representing the reader's own or another culture. This approach, or this, in this sense, okay, that it is the one of interest in this paper. So the terminology of dialogue can vary, with the word sometimes used interchangeably with the words such as discussion, interaction, and talks. Okay, leaving the specific feature of dialogues undefined. So in this paper, we will focus on what makes classroom talk dialogic and how dialogues can foster intercultural learning. Okay, the third element of this approach is picture box. Picture box add another layer, okay, to the intercultural reading experience. So picture box is a box that has a minimum of one picture per double spread. The picture can replicate, expand, and contradict the verbal text. Through readers' engagement with the semiotic meaning of the picture-text relationship, they can discover and critically analyze the multiple voices and ideologies represented in the narratives. Okay, so these are the three main elements of our approach: dialogues, intercultural awareness, and picture box. Now Fatma will present, you know, how the approach works exactly, and what are the stages included in the activities. Thank you. Now it's yours, Fatma.
Thank you, Hannah. After talking about the idea of picture books, we just want to take some examples that demonstrate the types of picture books that can be used. So first of all, if you have a look at this, this picture book over here, sometimes picture books can be so a combination of both text and visuals. In this case, sometimes the meaning or the weight is sometimes distributed between the text and the image. So for example, you might have 50% where interpretation of the text, and then 50% where you have to interpret the visuals, and combined together, they give you the meaning. At other times, you might have that you might see that the text carries more weight, or at times the image carries more weight. Another type of picture book is that is one which you can see here by John Tan, which is The Arrival. When you have a look at this picture book, all that you can see is just images. So there are no words whatsoever. These kinds of picture books are called silent picture books, and sometimes they're also called wordless picture books. So in wordless picture books, the image kind of carries the whole story, and the reader has to make sense of the text and make the text come alive as he creates meaning based on the images alone. So what is it that we are trying to propose here? Our proposal here is that because of the whole idea of dialogic learning and its kind of relationship to intercultural awareness, because students have to rely on their curiosity, they have to rely on their critical awareness and their perspectives taking. So this kind of dialogue involves this kind of recognition where interest in other people's perspectives, ideas is kind of the main goal. This need where people look at other people's perspectives makes them in some way look at their own ideas and their own thinking and their own perceptions towards the picture book or towards the content of the picture books. So this dialogue that is created, participants kind of move beyond their beliefs and perceptions. They start to express knowledge tested through the idea of questioning and justifying. So what does this all mean in practice? In practice, a dialogic classroom culture entails giving students agency to contribute and explore ideas and constructively challenge and build upon each other's ideas. And fiction is the tool that we are proposing here. It's the tool that leads to intercultural learning. Readers engage with conflicting perspectives as they engage with dialogue. They look at their own culture and the culture of the whole, or what can be called the host culture. And this engagement kind of fosters this interactive learning, this intercultural learning. So what is it that teachers can do with picture books, and how can they deal with them? How can they select the text, and how can they teach those texts? it is very important when dealing with picture books that you are able to determine the level that you are dealing with. So because we're proposing the use of picture books with adults, so this is not something that we want to use with children just because there are pictures. This is more complex. You need a certain level of critical thinking. So we're proposing this with adults. So how can we choose the text in order for us to actually make our students aware of those cultural variants? First of all, we want to make sure that there is this general accuracy in terms of the storyline that we're dealing with. We also want to make sure that there is a lack of stereotypes. Just because you're using a picture book which talks about a different culture, you need to be aware of the stigmatizations that are there. You need to be really smart about your choice of content. So you want to make sure that you are not kind of putting in all these kind of negative ideas and issues into the text. And this is very important. You want to make sure that the language is very appropriate. So you don't want to use slang. You don't want to, because this is a language classroom. So you want to teach the language as well as the culture. And then the last thing is that the storyline and the illustrations, which are the pictures themselves, need to be current. Yes, hello. Okay, so the illustrations are interpretations of what is surrounding the students.
Excuse me, switch off your mobiles, please. Switch off your mobiles. You are interrupting us. We're sorry for this interruption. Someone is not closing. Please switch off your mic. Thank you. Switch off your mics, please, so the Dr. Fatima can proceed. الادمنستريتور لو سمحت تسكر كل المايكات على الجميع. تفضلي.
Thank you. So after choosing the text, you want to teach the text. I've chosen, I don't want to take too much time, but I've chosen a text here, which is based on a story that is actually a Japanese folk tale.
Dr. Fatma, please.
Dr. Fatma, you have 2 minutes. First of all, we need the one who is speaking on the mic, please.
Mute your mic.
Okay.
Dr. Karim, please mute everyone, please.
Okay, can you just
اعمل ميوت للجميع لو سمحت.
I can't control the other people's mics.
Yes, go ahead, please, Fatma. Dr. Fatma, yes, sorry.
Okay, so can you just give me an idea of how much time I've got left?
Okay. We have only 2 minutes.
Okay.
Starting from now.
Okay, I'll try to wrap things up. So this text that we've chosen here, it's a Japanese folk tale. So how can we teach this? Because this text is called The Tale of the Mandarin Ducks. So the first thing that we have to do is actually give the students some information about what Mandarin ducks are. And as you can see here in the pictures on the side, this picture book is a combination of both text and image. And as you can see on the third picture at the bottom, the language compared to the pictures is quite, it's quite, well, it's kind of a lot, but so here more weight is on the actual words or the actual text. But it's very important that you kind of stimulate their background, so you activate their background knowledge about the text first. You give them the cultural information that they need. For example, what are Mandarin ducks? And as you can see here, Mandarin ducks are quite rare, and they symbolize something in the Japanese culture, which is fidelity and love, and because they mate for life. So this is something that's very important. And we want the students to acknowledge this, to understand this, and not just in their own culture, but in the culture that they want to interact with. So we want them to think about these themes, loyalty and friendship, because the text itself talks about loyalty and friendship and fidelity. So the second thing that we want them to do, we want them to actually interpret the visuals. We want them to look at the text, look at the actual pictures, and take some time to respond to those pictures. Take notes as they reflect.
Move on to the recommendation, please.
Okay.
Recommendations and findings of your study.
Okay, so basically what we want the students to do or what the teacher can do in the classroom to approach picture books using the dialogic approach is that we want the teachers to develop intercultural awareness by giving them the text and then guiding them through the dialogue. But it's very important that agency is something important. So you want the students to actually take control of the discussion itself when the teacher is just guiding the discussion, asking questions, and making sure that they are thinking about their culture as well as the culture of the text. So give them time to interpret, and then they take discussions as they take different perspectives. They might change their views as they do that. So they co-construct meaning, and this will lead them to a sense of tolerance and respect, empathy and openness to the host culture. So basically, the whole idea of a dialogic approach to using picture books is that we want, so the features that this encompasses is that it develops abilities. We want to develop abilities, their ability to understand the visuals and make sense of the visuals.
Could you please commence and try to finish?
Yep, these are the final implications. Okay. These are the pedagogical implications. And the second feature is that we want to use culturally conscious texts, which means that they are texts which are sensitive to other cultures, and at the same time they reflect the realities of different cultures. Learner agency is something that is very important. You want the students to take the initiative in the discussion and do that as they co-construct meaning and as they reflect on the text based on their own personal experiences and lives. This kind of approach uses an elaborative interrogation, which means that the teacher clarifies, the teacher guides the students into clarifying, explaining, and justifying their opinions and views. It is transactional, which means that this response is continuous. It should be done over time, and there should be some space for the students where they can extend on the whole ideas that they've gathered from their peers as they interact with each other. It is an approach which challenges ideas, conceptions, attitudes, and values as they debate and take turns. It is hoped that there's a sense of flexibility in thinking. So you might change your mind just because you were interacting and having this dialogue with others. It is collaborative in a sense that you value all the contributions of others, even if they're quite small or minor, as you might think. And finally, a dialogic approach to picture books attempts to reach consensus. So you should, at the end of the sessions or the discussions, at least have some consensus, reach a kind of final version of what you think the meaning of the text might be. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. And we leave all the questions after we finish this session. Okay. Now, let's move directly to the second paper, which will be introduced by Dr. Adam Al-Hasi. He's from the Department of English, Faculty of Languages, Omar Al-Mukhtar University, Beida, Libya. And he will introduce a paper titled The Impact of Foreign Culture on Language Teaching. Dear Dr. Al-Hasi, the floor is yours. Dr. Al-Hasi, are you there?
He's muted,
Dr. Adam.
He's there, but he's muted. So, Dr. Adam, unmute yourself, Dr. Adam.
Are you there, Dr. Adam?
Yes.
Yeah, he's there.
Okay, now?
Yes, Dr. Adam.
Okay.
Hello, sir. Hello again.
Hello. Good evening, everybody.
The mic, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this chance, and thanks again, everybody who's listening. Okay. My paper talks about the impact of foreign culture in language teaching. It's a very important subject in teaching foreign language. My paper focuses in introducing the subject of culture in language teaching into the curriculum of language teaching methodology for students of English language departments in our university. This topic has not been dealt with the spirit so far. Here, I would say that future teachers should have more comprehensive theoretical and practical training in terms of what incorporating culture into language teaching involves. For this purpose,
excuse me, sir. Ms. Hana Al-Badri, please turn off your mic.
Right? Okay. For this purpose, this paper will examine and discuss some of recommendations and principles contained that related to foreign language or foreign culture in teaching the English language. Of course, understanding culture is a very important factor for understanding any foreign language, and they are not separated, but required together and support each other in the learning process. It is generally accepted that language and culture are connected to each other. Language is not only for communication between people who have their own culture norms, but as a mirror to reflect the world and people's worldview. To the need of international communication in order to develop cultural relations between different countries, English is increasingly used in different countries and cultures to exchange information. Culture and language are related to each other, which is strongly advocated, as Byron said, Michael Byron in 1994 in his book titled Teaching and Learning Language and Culture, who has explained that culture learning and language learning cannot take place independent of each other. Culture is a complex concept that includes language. Many scholars have expressed this point of view from various perspectives. For example, Claire, 1993, the title of their book, Context and Culture in Language Teaching, Oxford University, has made the point that the purpose of learning a foreign language is a way of making cultural statement, as well as learning a new way of making communication, while other scholars have attached a great importance to culture of language understanding. Just as there is not a single thing that would, or in the world, without a dual nature, so as language teaching. Language teaching and culture teaching have a dual nature. In order to conduct language teaching well, we must take up the teaching of culture and the teaching of language at the same time. Generally, in language teaching, the emphasis on the development of 4 separated skills. In when we teach English language, we focus in these skills. Listening, speaking, reading, and writing. However, language teachers and scholars often refer to the 5th skill, which is culture. Of course, it's difficult to imagine language teaching without a training on one way to another to the target culture. Therefore, culture has always been present in the teaching process. But what does this skill imply and how should it be included in the teaching and learning process? Compared to grammar or vocabulary, culture is more difficult to define. Therefore, it's not clear what and how should be taught. On the other hand, the student should have cultural awareness. But we know we teach Arab students and English, the foreign culture within. Sometimes there are some different meanings to some words. So students always have awareness of this. And this term is used to describe sensitivity to the impact of culturally indicated behavior in language use and communication. It refers also to an understanding of one's own and others' culture that affect how people think and behave. It deals with the geographical knowledge and the knowledge about contributions of the target culture to the world civilization, and the knowledge about differences in the ways of life, as well as an understanding of values and attitudes in the second language community. Cultural awareness includes understanding as commonly as the this about commonplace how human behavior and differences in cultural patterns. It must be viewed both as enabling language proficiency and being outcome of reflection on language proficiency. It involves the ability to identify cultural diversity and develop empathy. To see things from the point of view of others. On a less clear level, intercultural awareness might be as simple as becoming aware of cultural differences as they apply to the use of yes or no. For instance, knowing that in the Western culture, people tend to be more direct and avoid roundabout answers. We would not make a reply like, please don't bother, or to the hostess question, do you like some more soup? Instead, we would respond and say, yes, please, if you really want some, or no, thanks, if we think we have not, or we have enough. A person's cultural knowledge restricts how he exploits his linguistic potential. It is generally behaved that if a person lacks social culture knowledge and psychocultural knowledge relevant to the target language, a person can hardly use a language accurately and be effective communicator or visually. Integrating language or integrated English culture awareness in teaching, there are two problems we need to consider. First, the first problem to be tackled as how to provide the cultural information needed. The point regarding this problem is that second language teachers may attempt to teach culture when they are not equipped to do so through no fault of their own. The second or the other point is that even they know how to teach, through various techniques and representing culture, without a definite knowledge of what to teach, about the cultural content, they can hardly incorporate various activities geared toward the cultural objectives into their classes. In order to avoid confusing and understand or misunderstanding, the teacher is advised to describe all aspects of the situation instead of treating the cultural phenomena separately, and present cultural content at a level or a manner to which the students can attach some relationship between the information and their own background experience. Even the teacher knows what to teach and how to teach, there is still a problem in concerning finding time in class period, including the lecture. This class time is limited, so how much time should be spent teaching culture? Dwelling too much on culture is not only a waste of time, but also no help for the student. Differences in the cultural meaning across language are a problem in learning any second language, especially for Arab students. As a chief instrument of communication, language attach specific words and phrases to the most frequent and most important cultural meanings. Since cultural terms in English language are important in the English people's life, may become differentiated into more specific cultural meanings to the Arab student who learn and use the English language as their second one. To many of them, specific cultural words and phrases take on the function of representation different meaning on their language of Arabic. Here, I would say again, if we could have in our libraries, in our countries or in our universities, a very comprehensive dictionaries collecting these words and phrases and including also idioms, proverbs, name of heroes, well-known legends, stories, historic and deeds and beliefs, so etc., would be in fact an excellent index to a culture. Such collection will help students to study and understand our culture. By systematic studies and analysis, the structure of culture will constitute most competent to the students. To sum up, as a language teachers, we must be interested in the study of culture, not because we necessarily want to teach the culture of other countries, but because we have to teach it. If we teach language without teaching at the same time the culture in which it operates, we only teaching meaningless and symbol of the language. I think if this is enough, if you have any questions or...
Thank you very much, sir. That was very informative of you, and thank you very much again for keeping the time. Thanks a lot. Now let's move to the third paper, and this will be presented by Dr. Ahmad Atiyah Al-Imam. The paper will be titled "Translating Thought Connectors: A Review to Some Assertions and Functions on Orientalism as a Highly Motivated Rhetorical Discourse." Could you please, Dr. Ahmad, before you start, give us a little bit about yourself, introduce yourself, and then start with your paper. Thank you. And of course, we will continue with the questions after we finish this session. Dr. Ahmad Al-Imam, تفضل. The mic is yours.
Hello, dear colleagues. At the outset, I am Ahmad Al-Imam, a PhD career from AIU, an MPhil from Dhaka University, master degree from the Academy of Postgraduate Studies in Benghazi. And I am delighted to be here with you today to present my paper. And if you allow me, I would like to say some words of to the host, the Democratic Arab Center, and the president for hosting this event and giving us the chance to present our papers. I would like you also to allow me to thank some of the organs in their capacities. Her Excellency, the Minister of Culture, the outstanding team behind the scenes, the disciplinary and the preparatory committee, and with them the academic, the scientific committee, as well as the personnel who are taking care of the IT as well. I'd like to end this thanks by thanking my dear colleague and real brother, Dr. Yusuf Zarwani, was very dear to me, and he is always taking care of us and giving us chances, such great chances to represent ourselves and our academic endeavors since long. And he is one of my dear colleagues. We studied together for long, and he knows me in person. Now I am going to talk about my paper. I would like to share screen if it is available. So thank you very much. And I will immediately be indulged. Is it shown on the screens, please?
Yes, sir.
I
Everything is shown.
thank you very much. For any suggestions about the paper, please allow me to ask you to drop your comments, your questions in the chat box, or you can come up with the mic, and this will be most welcome. In this gathering, I am very happy. Let me start in this. I have to go here and there. I need to remove this from here so as to there we are. I think it is seen now. Translating thought connectors, a review to some assertions and functions in Orientalism as a highly motivated rhetorical discourse. At the beginning, I have to start with some introduction about this paper, which aims at operationally investigating the translation of thought connectors and how they are asserted in a highly cultural paradigms and considered as contemporary English argumentative text type. Why I chose the introduction? It is because Edward Said himself has provided 57 pages with sets of generalizations about historical events and facts and reasons and etc. And for that, Edward Said's argumentative manners do ensure the importance of reviewing some kind of discourse analysis or case study or something like this. It is because, you know, the translation of Orientalism, the first translation took place in 1981, and the second by Muhammad Anani was in 2006 and 1986, I'm sorry, and the last one took place in 1916. So it is the old and new process that we are going through. What I'm trying to say that a true, rather acceptable understanding of such functional rhetoric markers needs to contrastively take into consideration the connectives and punctuation marks as being very cohesive and so constituent to the text. And these thought connectors are suggestively representing more challenging syntactical features to the translator's visibility and faithfulness. The review shows that there are some quotations here I have already taken from relevant books. So like those who are very famous and pioneer for the rhetorical text type, which includes expository and informative as well as argumentative. Hatton 1997 says that a certain degree of evaluativeness is thus inevitable in any kind of text. This means that what we ever do, we are researching is a kind of evaluation, a kind of assessment. And Prof. Darwish and Kadem in 2016 say that they still function to signal logical relations. And from here, I have already taken the importance to research these thought connectors and their importance in being constituent to the meanings that we are seeking, because we are not directly transferring words into other words in the receptor language, but we are translating thoughts and cultures. As well as we need, since we are talking about the such highly argumentative discourse, I have chosen Robert 2008 when saying that good style lies in the right use of connecting words. So they give the gesture to the reader so as to enable him to come closer and closer to the acceptable understanding of what these authors are saying. Especially in intellectual books and minds, we are lost somehow because we have no idea. Many of us have, many readers, they only come across the translated version, the translated book of this intellectual book, and do miss the real stance of the original authors in a way or another. And this is very, very unfaithful to the original authors, so that most researchers are seeking the original copies. That is why, because of this discrepancy, let's say. With Leading Hand 2014 shows the importance of reconsidering the syntactical and semantic rules. كل شيء دلالي, everything has a meaning. Discourse markers saying that with a standardized set of rules, there is no confusion over how to interpret a word or a comma or an apostrophe. And the most important pioneer or proponent in this text type, or rather subtype, because we are talking about the argumentative text types, which may include or come with ideas from the narratives or from the expository recursive lines or stories. So Holiday and Hassan mentioned that there are 4 important or basic kinds of conjunctions, which are the additive, adversative, causal, and temporal. And we have to underline these 4 important functions or kinds. Their existence in the discourse varies in accordance to their grammatical, syntactical, and functional features. In addition, they add that thought connectors are conjunctive elements which are originally cohesive devices, not in themselves, but indirectly by the virtue of their specific meanings they bring about. They express certain meanings which presuppose, we have to underline this, presuppose the presence of other components in the discourse. And this is very important line. I will come to this line afterwards. Darwish and Kadem, 2016, they mention some few levels that constitute these thought connectors as a group. Conjuncts, connectors, connective adverbs, discourse markers, discourse connectors, linking adverbials, logical connectives, and logical connectors. This verifies the choice of this paper to be adopting or to adopt thought connectors as inclusive term. Reading through the lines of Orientalism and its translations, either of Abu Deeb, the critic, and the Professor Abu Deeb, or Anani, or the latest, which is done by Muad Ghazmati, is a challenging ease. This is what I'm saying. It is challenging ease that postulates difficulties in the transfer or a transfer to identify stylistic features of all kinds. And this also, Said himself postulates with his own words that it postulates more undiscovered realms and holds it inimitable. You cannot imitate this in a way or another unless you come across the meanings that underlie every single sign or punctuation mark or whatsoever. The history of Orientalism has both an internal consistency and a highly articulated set of relationships to the dominant culture surrounding it. Despite that, Edward Said ensured the importance of service connectivity, though we come across something, the invisibility of the translator and the invisibility of Edward Said himself, when we will be coming afterwards for across that as well. So in rhetoric, Said is talking to his readers and defining his style of thought in academic writing as a rhetorical system and a scholarship challenge, saying that the fabric of discourse, of a discourse as Orientalism, has survived and functioned in Western society because of its richness. All I have done is to describe parts of the fabric at certain moments and merely to suggest the existence of a large whole, detailed, interesting, dotted with fascinating figures, texts, and events. I have consoled myself with believing that this book is one installment of several, and I hope there are scholars and critics who might want to write others. Among the critics,
sir.
Yes?
2 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I will go further. I will take you in, I will try to be punctual to the time. I have some slides I have to share with you in these 2 minutes. The most, I come to the source text. The most readily accepted designation of Orientalism, for example, is an academic one, and indeed the label still serves in a number of academic institutions. This unit, this sentential unit, has been translated into 2 sentential units, whereas the fact that the source text is only made of 1. And I was trying to cover this and why, and to seek the verifications for such sentence and split of such disjoint or conjoined unit by a comma and the additive A. Connectivity, comparing degrees, fronting techniques, Arabization of lexical borrowing, coordinating clauses. Let me go further. We have another slide here showing that the manipulation or the kind of transfer has proved that with the use of comma, the text is changed as against, whereas the argument of Edward Said to the world, to his readers, is found or suggested by me that it is through argument. It is not against, it is not for, it is only through argument. And this manipulation by the translator, by the Professor Kamal Abu Deeb, I don't know how we can verify such manipulation, but it is there. This makes some discrepancy with the original text writer and style. As a result, the TT includes conjunctions like others, lexical items in almost such cases. So the merging of the two oversimplified the TT, the target text, and confused with the argumentative strategy of the source text. We can see that almost all the Arabic translation starts with coordinations or coordinators rather. Like ولقد, فقد, وكان, وربما, وبخلاف, فالشرق, وإضافة. All these are, I have already searched nearly 57 pages, coloring all nouns with color verbs, attributes, propositions, etc. The paper continue. I have no time. I may have only 1 minute left. So let me go to the conclusion. I hope I could have more time so as to cover the whole thing. The degree of comparison reached exhibited some clear occurrences and leading our perception about the rhetorical identification of the assumed synthesis planted within the source text techniques. While it is due to the interference of the target text between some linguist units of the same sentence in an A transfer, the misrepresentation indicates difficulties as it is resulted in a kind of minor errors in the replacement of. I go there and let me take this, the concluding part. It is axiomatic that translating can be more successful not only by adopting a particular model, but by a better understanding of how different perspectives in translation and linguistics are related to each other. It is hoped that this scientific paper has switched the light on the importance of understanding thought connectors and functions in both the text linguistics and cultural model in the translation studies. Reading style of thought of people correctly and the way they argue about their philosophy or ideology may help us translators or the translator, I'm not, in reproducing a sensible meaning in her or his rendition. Cognition of how intellectual minds do mind means blunt argumentation through exceptional paradigms, and synthesis should be given more in-depth researching. These are the slices, these are the tabulations that shows that discrepancy, the imbalance between the Arabic in the numbers of the abstraction. We come again and then we see that those red lines, I'm about to finish. Just 1 minute if you can allow me. Text units are in the text are in nearly 650 words in the source text have been already contrastively compared to in such methodology and tabulations, and shows the discrepancy, the imbalance between them, and transferred into 94 Arabic sentential units. The coordinators are more, the complex sentences are more, the mixed sentences in the TT is 0. We also see how these are very, very important. That triangle brackets, for example, the apostrophe when we see 2 brackets with dot, when we see 2 brackets with a comma, or rather apostrophe within the 2 brackets. So I have already to say some word only, but time is up. I am very thankful for you. I hope you also enjoyed the paper as I do, and I hope the idea has been passed throughout to my dear colleagues in this honorable gathering. Thank you very much, dear chairpersons.
Your paper was very informative. One needs a lot of to pay attention a lot and try to figure out the deep construction of this paper. That's very hard work. Thank you very much.
It
now,
was a
of course, the question
very interesting topic, very extremely interesting
until
topic.
the end. Now, let's move to Dr. Ahmed Jibani, Dr. Fadl El-Minfi, and Dr. Siraj Shinaib from the Faculty of Arts and Sciences, Department of English, Al-Mukhtar University, Libya. Their paper is entitled Untranslatability of the Holy Quran, Analytical Perspective with reference to 4 English translations. The floor is yours, Dr. Ahmed Jibani, and you have 15 minutes, sir. Tfaddal.
صوت يا دكتور أحمد، الصوت، المايك، افتح المايك.
Open the mic, Dr. Ahmed, please.
Okay. Can you hear me? Am I clear?
Yes.
Am I clear? Okay, thank you so much for introducing me. First, allow me please to express my sincere gratitude for this wonderful and stimulating international virtual conference. I would like to thank the Democratic Arabic Center for their generosity in organizing this conference. And I would also like to thank the audience and the participants who share their papers with us today. And thank you for giving me the chance to share our paper with you today, which is entitled The Untranslatability of the Holy Quran, Analytical Perspective with Reference to 4 English Translations. So to start with, the issue of Quran translation is a very big problem that translators face when they render the meanings or the words in terms of different topics regarding the Quran translation. They face a lot of difficulties. So the central demand or those authors that motivate them to investigate the untranslatability of the Holy Quran, is it possible to translate the Quranic text or not? What are the problems and the difficulties that the translators may face? So, and also this article tries to involve some syntactic, semantic, cultural, as well as stylistic difficulties. So we selected, as an authors, we selected elements which is related to linguistic varieties, the most important varieties in language, like semantics, syntactic structure of the sentence, cultural level, and also the style of the Holy Quran. So, so here, as we all know that to cover the issue of Quran and its translation, it needs a lot of time. We cannot cover it within 15 minutes, in fact. So here it is well known that diverse translation produce dissimilar effects on common readers and with varying degrees of understanding the meaning of Quran. As I always ask myself the question, do the translators translate the meaning of the Holy Quran or just the surface structure? Because they are completely different, both. And certainly no dual languages are indistinguishable. One or many linguistic problems, okay, or the other in the meaning given to matching symbol, or in a ways in which such symbols are organized in expressions and statements. We have, in terms of their lexical entities, syntactic features, semantic feature, cultural, as well as stylistic problems. These problems arise when translating the meaning of the Holy Quran into English. So translator should take into account these linguistic varieties or elements to deliver or render the meaning of the Holy Quran, because the Quranic structure is very complex language. We need interpreters to interpret what does it mean, for instance, this verse or that verse. And in analyzing a lot of translation regarding the Quran, I found a lot of difficulties that the translators face and may encounter. For instance, in terms of the 7 standards of textualities, like the cohesive and cohesion devices, in terms of intertextualities, acceptability, informativity, and etc. They face a lot of difficulties. Text should have the 7 standard of textualities, and in terms of conjunctions, a lot of ellipses in their translation, and when it comes to translate conjunctions and wa or etc. The various dissimilarities among Arabic and English language, the structure of both languages, cause countless syntactic problems while translating the Holy Quran, as well as also into English, of course. Thus, this research article purposes is to explore the syntactic conflict in translating the Holy Quran, as well as the semantic, stylistics, features, and cultural level. So as the time limited, so I will go further quickly to the research question, okay? So here, the motive for decide on the aforementioned translators. So here we have selected 4 different translators in terms of their religion, in terms of the period of time. So the first one, which is, he is Khan and Taqiyuddin al-Hilali in 1983, the interpretation of the meaning of the Noble Quran. And the second, Arbery, 1980, the Holy Quran. Ali Abdullah Yusuf, 1983. And finally, Quran translated by Najib Dawood. You may ask a question, why we have selected 4 different translations? Okay, well, the first reason that we have selected 4 different translations because of their differences in terms of revision, in terms of period of time, in terms of their accuracy and appropriacy in translating or rendering the meaning of the Holy Quran. We want to figure out which one renders the Quran in a very perfect way. So here, the motive for decide on the aforementioned translators and hence for their translations for analysis is that they fully or fall under different classifications as respect their culture and belief. For illustration, Ali is non-Arab Muslim, okay? Arbari is devoted Christian, Noud is an Arab Iraqi Jewish, while Khan and Taqiyuddin Hilali are mixed between Arab and non-Arab Muslims. In this manner, the significant different religious background to the glorious Quran. Further, the 4 translators belong to different time that is observed a turning point in the area of translation in all purpose and in Quranic translation in particular. The question addresses here in this paper, to what extent do the carefully chosen translations reproduce the meaning of the source text, which is Quran, into the target text? Do they translate just the surface structure of the Quran, or do they look deeply and dig deeply and explore what does that mean, this verse, for instance, or ayah, and they render the meaning of that ayah? And so here, I will go quickly to the methodological part. I will skip the literature review as the time is very limited. Okay, so here we have the methodological part. The examination of data with specification or specific conditions was done in the light of the content analysis technique, which is frequently used in social science research. Content analysis is well defined as any method used for creating implications through classifying itemized features of message accurately, analytically, etc. The data collection that the authors used here investigated some verses were carefully chosen according to the classified topic of translation loss. However, since the main purpose of the current study is to examine the syntactic, semantic, and cultural level and translating Quran into English, data were collected from different surahs, okay, of the Holy Quran. However, comparison and investigation of data were based on the subsequent 4 translation. As I mentioned earlier, there are 4 English translation, Dawood, Arbari, Khan Hilali, and Ali. Data analysis. So here in the data analysis, the carefully chosen sample of verses in different numbers of surah in the glorious Quran will be examined. The investigation concentrates on reviewing the meaning of the Holy Quran by referring to the selection of interpretations, different interpretations. This paper takes different stages to be evaluated, such as syntactic, semantic, cultural, and stylistic levels, and explore how they render the meaning of these elements. The levels, items, and expressions investigated are highlighted, and counterparts are emphasized in bold and underlined, and the 4 translations are compared in contradiction of the meaning of the lexical items and expressions in the surah. In the source Arabic language text, the translations are then measured in terms of accuracy and by relating to different Quranic interpretation. First, here I have to say something that, with all my humble respect to those carefully chosen translators, because they do a great job in rendering the meaning and delivering the meaning for the others to understand what the Quran means. Okay, so the analysis of the translation selected text, I will start with the syntactic level. You know that Arabic and English are distinct language. Their structure is completely different and cause a lot of problems when rendering the structure of the sentence from Arabic into English. So here, the various changes between Arabic and English cause many syntactic difficulties while translating the Holy Quran into English. So here, the first verse, which is قالوا يا شعيب أصلاتك تأمرك أن نترك ما يعبد آباؤنا. I will stick with this one. So in investigating the fourth translation in this expression or in this ayah, okay, those who ideal weapons observe their ideal as symbol of their family belief and an emblem of their cultural identity, and who gain profit through activity in their transaction. Asked Shu'aib if it was his belief of prayer that will order him had worshipped and interfere in their transaction to make him or to make them lose their freedom in dealing with their own property. So in investigating or analyzing the translation of this verse, here Khan and Hilali recurrent the verb leave for the sake of wiping off any structural ambiguity, because it's sometimes ambiguous, which can lead to the different meaning that his prayers tolerate the opportunity that they can do what they like with their property, in manner like Najib Dawood selects to use the lexical item and expression like renounce and not conduct, which may not lead to ambiguity in meaning. On the contrary, Arbery renders a translation which can yield diverse shades of meaning which do not exist in the source text at all. Specifically, the prayer instructions them that they should break the idol worshipping and they should do what they like with their possession. Subsequently, Ali used the verb leave twice, as Khan Hilali did, and that lead to misapprehension of the intended meaning and cause inexactness of his translation. However, the subject of mockery is not exemplified in this verse, okay, in any of the four translations. So they omitted the concept mockery in this verse. So here, according to Zamakhshari 2003, stated that the expression as-salatuka ta'murka designates sarcasms. The people of Shu'aib use the expression sarcastically. They want to proclaim that referring from worshipping idol is unacceptable and improper. They can attribute madness to him because anyone who utters so about their faith must be insane. So this is the first sentence, or the first verse that we investigate about the syntactic structure within the surface level. The translator, with all my humble respect to them, failed to cover the syntactic structure of the Holy Quran into English language. Because of what? Because the dissimilarities between two languages, English and Arabic. Then we have here the form of the syntactic structure, background or foreground. So in translating this expression, a translator tried to change what is foreground and what is background in the verse. In analyzing this verse, okay, so the translation gives the impression that there is a problematic area in the texture level. So in the intra and interstitial cohesive device, as I discussed before, that there are 7 standard textualities, which are the core of the discourse. Rhetoric and textuality seem to be gone in the fourth translation. I think through, for instance, the rendering for the Quranic foreground and background, which reveals
2 minutes, Dr. Ahmed.
Yes.
You have 2 minutes.
Okay, I will stick to the conclusion, because I cannot cover the whole topic because it is a long paper. So I will choose, for instance, the cultural level. Okay, some translator may opt and display some local color for the sake for the intelligibility, regardless of whether it was there in the original, by the lexical equivalence of the words translated across cultural gaps. We have lexical that are connected with culture, so they face a lot of difficulties and problems, and they may encounter a lot of problems in rendering these cultural elements in the Holy Quran. I will go directly to the discussion and conclusion, as the time is very limited, sorry. Okay, here in the discussion part, understandably, the language structure of the Holy Quran sustained to challenge translators who face problems to express the intended meaning of the Quran verse. What we figure out from the translation of the Quran, that the translators just translate the surface meaning or the surface structure. They don't go deep and dig deeply and get the real meaning of the verses of the Holy Quran. So in this, I can finish my speech about the syntactic, semantic, stylistic, and cultural level. There are a lot of different levels within language, especially in the Holy Quran. We need an association. We need an institutions that to figure out what can be possible to translate the Quran. One cannot render the meaning of the Holy Quran because what? Because of what? Because of its difficulties. Why? Because the language of Quran is very rich in meaning and vocabularies and its semantics, pragmatics, cultural level, stylistic level. So we need an association, or we need an institution that consists of different peoples, different native speakers, for instance, who can speak Arabic language, Arabic speakers, scholars from the Quran, who know how to interpret verses and share together their information in order to reach an acceptable translation. So this is, I'm done with this. Thank you so much for giving me the time. So I will give, I don't like to take others' time, and thank you so much. I will.
Actually, this is a very interesting topic.
Thank you.
It needs lots of attention and lots of devotion to study lots of verses from the Holy Quran and try to compare 4 translations. Thank you very much. Of course, we'll have time for discussion after we finish the final paper of this session. And now we move to Dr. Majid Hassanein Dawood. Dr. Majid Hassanein Dawood is from Al-Quds Open University. He is the chairman of the English department at Al-Quds Open University. He's interested in the resistance literature and post-colonialism literature and the Palestinian resistance literature. Also, he had his master's degree from University of Bona in India, and he has a PhD in the Palestinian resistance poetry from the University of Iflo, Hyderabad, India, as well. He is the chairman of English language department at Al-Quds Open University, and he is going to introduce his paper titled Al-Quds Open University English Majors Reactions Concerning Learning Literature Courses, Literature and Translation Courses Online During COVID-19 Pandemic. Dr. Majid, the floor is yours, sir. You have 15 minutes. The mic. Dr. Majid, could you turn on the mic, your mic, please?
Yes, sure. Thank you so much. Am I sharing the screen? Is it clear in front of you all?
Yes, everything
okay,
is
then,
clear. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much, my dear Dr. Nashat, dear Mr. President of the conference, Dr. Yusuf, respected colleagues from Arab Democratic Center and other colleagues from different universities. I'm extremely proud to be part of this conference as an administrator and as a researcher. Realities, experiences, challenges, and remedies, teaching and learning English translation and literature courses in post-pandemic coronavirus atmosphere in the world. This is our title of the conference. My paper is Al-Quds Open University English Majors Reactions Concerning Learning, Translation, and Literature Courses Online During Coronavirus. First of all, Al-Quds Open University is one of the leading universities in Palestine. It belongs to Palestine Liberation Organization. We have 20 branches located in West Bank and Gaza and Jerusalem. And we have around 50,000 students belonging to different faculties, including the English language and literature faculties. Myself, Dr. Majid Ahmed Hassanein, I'm the head of the English Department, Faculty of Arts, Al-Quds Open University. Before going directly to the core of my search, I would like just to give some facts, like reminding ourselves of those facts. Online learning is one of the most prominent outcomes of scientific and technological progress in the field of education in the 21st century. It is a tool of a great significance, particularly for the university students, as it adds a kind of vitality and educational learning attitudes in a way that makes the learner in a state of constant focus and achieves effectiveness of learning by organizing educational. Besides, it encourages the use of self-learning methods and enables the learners to walk in the learning process according to his or her own ability and speed, as well as achieving technical learning that aims to raise the competence of the learner to the highest possible degree by providing him or her with the conditions, methods and appropriate time to read. In order for e-learning to achieve success in the educational process, it needs a set of factors. This is stated by Pirangi and Malik. In order for e-learning to achieve success in educational process, it needs a set of factors and requirements that help it succeed. And any defect or deficiency in such requirements will lead to a failure in the application of e-learning and negatively affect the education process. These requirements are represented by a clear educational philosophy, accurate objectives, specific and prepared pedagogical plans with the target plan drawn up by the Ministry of Education everywhere in each country. The problem statement of my research, as you know, English major students face serious problems in understanding English translation and literature courses, as many students prefer face-to-face classroom sitting, which in turn creates a gap between the instructor and the students. In addition, many instructors or professors of English translation and literature courses face difficulty themselves in teaching students via electronic platforms, mainly those who are not specialized in the field and don't know how to use technology-based materials. Concerning the Palestinian universities, Palestinian University in general and Al-Quds Open University in particular have begun to implement the e-learning system in the light of the COVID-19 coronavirus pandemic to facilitate the educational process and to teacher-learner communication process as well. However, the application of e-learning don't rise to the required level, despite the fact that our university is a leading university and has paid sufficient attention and interest, provided several facilities in order to enhance e-learning as one of the important teaching methods and communication tools between students and teachers. Main objectives of my study to investigate the barriers of e-learning of English language and translation literature courses during the COVID-19 coronavirus pandemic from the perspective of English majoring students at Al-Quds Open University, and of course to find possible solution to overcome the problem facing English majors in learning English language translation and literature courses. I have certain hypotheses and questions for my research. The first is English majoring students at Al-Quds Open University, I assume, have negative attitude towards learning translation and literature courses online during COVID-19 pandemic. And there are not statistical differences in Al-Quds Open University English students' reaction concerning learning translation and literature courses related to gender, years completed, and accumulative average variable. About the questions, the first is what are the barriers of e-learning of English language translation and literature courses during COVID-19 pandemic from the perspective of English majoring students at Al-Quds Open University? And what's the role of gender, years completed, and accumulative average variables in QOU English majors reaction concerning learning English language translation and literature online during COVID-19 pandemic? Of course, I consider this as significant. The significance of the study lies in the importance of exploring the barriers of e-learning of English language translation and literature courses during the coronavirus pandemic from the perspective of English majoring students at Al-Quds University, with the aim to pave the way for a possible solution for the crucial situation that education undergoes during this pandemic. This study is limited to QOU English majors in northern provinces branches I mean West Bank, in the second semester of the academic year 2020-2021. The COVID-19 pandemic has a cast of shadow over the education sector as it pushed schools, universities, and education institutions just to close their doors in order to reduce the chances of its spread. Indeed, this is what pushed educational institutions to switch to e-learning as an alternative that has long been talked about and controversy over the need to integrate it into the educational process. Park and She. It should be noted that many teachers resort to what is called instructional design in order to prepare educational materials that achieve goals with high efficiency. Generally speaking, most universities today, they have what we call learning management systems, that every university like to have just learning management system, just like doctors try to make medical management systems. The universities, for educational purposes, try to do this learning management system in the light of COVID-19 crisis. That the world is experiencing, the majority of education institutions have turned towards e-learning as more appropriate as an alternative. Consequently, this significance increased the use of video chat applications like Zoom, Google Meeting, Kesco, Webex, Moodle, and other things. According to Radan Khan, while the world is fighting the invisible enemy, which has been killing thousands of people, the teaching and learning processes are still carried on by using the tools or procedures of e-learning. E-learning has considered to be a new method of teaching rather than face-to-face teaching. Indeed, materials and all kinds of formats as emails, slideshows, videos have been used and utilized greatly. I know I don't have enough time just to speak and give you detail, but here I have two very important studies that we can go through. The first one, I'll just give you the titles. A study by Ali entitled Online and Remote Learning in Higher Education Institution. And the other one is the factors affecting the quality of e-learning during COVID-19 pandemic from the perspective of higher education. So they are very most important, valuable studies. I just come across with them searching for the studies in order to know where am I in the middle of this controversial. The variable of the study, we have three variables: gender, years completed, and accumulated average. And of course, the population of the study consists of QOU English major students who are enrolled in translation and literature courses in QOU Northern Provinces branches in the second semester of the academic year 2002-2001. The sample of the study consists of 51 English majors, including 13 males and 38 females who study English literature courses in the second semester of the academic year 2020-2021. And the results, it's clearly noticed that the responses and attitudes of English language students at Al-Quds University barriers online of English translation literature course during the COVID-19 were high. Their responses were high. At the percentage was 77.3. Percentage was high on the domains, the first and the second domain. That's the curriculum and the students, where percentage was 72.3. In order, the percentage was medium in domains 4 university environment, where it was 67.8. Also high in the domain 3, and that is the instructor. English major students at Al-Quds University have negative attitudes towards learning literature courses online during COVID. The descriptive statistic about students' attitudes towards learning translation and literature courses online shows that students in general have negative attitudes. Students believe that they got unreal high marks by learning literature courses and taking exam remotely in the light of COVID-19 pandemic. Students really believe that literature courses are very difficult, so they need blended learning method and not e-learning. Besides, students see that the large number of study groups prevent the faculty members from explaining literature courses in an appropriate, sufficient manner in the light of this pandemic. There are no statistical differences at Al-Quds University. English students' reaction concerning learning literature courses related to gender, years completed, and accumulative average variable. The result of the study showed acceptance of the hypothesis. The researcher attributes that English language students at Al-Quds University northern branches of both males and females can be explained by the fact that English language majors make it easier for them to understand English literature and translation courses. Accordingly, this confirms that the difference in gender, years completed, and accumulative average doesn't affect the responses of the attitudes of those English majoring students at Al-Quds Open University concerning the barriers of online learning of those courses during COVID-19. It enhances the acceptance of the hypothesis. Finally, I would like just to say that designing a questionnaire and distributing this questionnaire, which has 4 domains: the teacher, the students, the environment, and the curricula, filled by the students, and making the necessary statistical analysis by suitable statistical operations, discussing the results and reaching to the results of their responses to this questionnaire. I came up with the following recommendation. Just before reading the recommendation, I would like to remind Al-Quds University is an open university, started distance education since more than 20 years, but we used to have both styles. We used to have face-to-face learning along with virtual classes, and this virtual classes to support the face-to-face classes. And here during pandemic, corona pandemic virus, we couldn't get in touch with our students face-to-face as usual, and we relied only on e-learning along with some virtual classes supported by the space channel that belongs to Al-Quds Open University. Dr. Nashat, am I having enough time to continue?
Yes, sir. You have 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes.
Okay, that's quite fair for me. Okay, then at the end of this presentation, I would like to put you through the recommendations I came out with. First, promoting online learning by reducing the number of the students in virtual classes. Like during before Corona pandemic, maybe the maximum students in the class will be 30 to 40. But nowadays, since we have different students from different regions, and because of the conditions imposed by the occupation, just some groups reach to 60 or 70. And this makes the duty of the instructor or the doctor or the lecturer almost impossible. So promoting online learning by reducing the number of the students in virtual classes to enable the students to have more interaction. The teaching staff and faculty should be subjected to training courses, because this was a sudden thing. It was a shock. Nobody is prepared well. All instructors and students and administration all over the universities, all over the world, couldn't ever think of such thing to come in such a shocking and sudden manner. So we still need to train educators. The teaching staff and faculty members should be subjected to training courses to assure the capability to cope with the new educational modes and models. And then considering making the necessary amendments in the curricula. If this will continue for a long time, then we are sure that our curriculum and curriculums and different courses are not suitable enough to cope with this new phenomenon. So we have to revise, we have to consider revising and changing the curricula in order to suit and cope with this new phenomenon. Encouraging students to be engaged in e-learning process through constructive interaction between the lecturer and the students. And of course, building educational culture, that goes smoothly with the new educational model by subjecting the teaching staff to training courses to the level of content and best presentation and education practices, and creating advanced and free digital platforms to facilitate the mobility of students and researchers, and organizing scientific events just like what we are doing, and workshop during the period of the crisis, and revising the strategy of online exams. One of the worst things that we are conducting nowadays, I mean, all universities and all education, and we couldn't find a very good and proper way to avoid cheating and being fair to our students attending their exams. Appearing for exams from home online, it's a controversial issue. We have to work hard in order to take a challenging decision, a very daring decision, how to change the philosophy of attending those, supervising the strategy of online exams and research questions to assure minimum cheating when having e-exams. Thank you very much for giving me this time. I'm proud to be a part of your conference as a researcher and wish you all the best.
Thank you very much for this interesting paper, sir. And now I'll give 15 minutes for comments and for questions for the 5 papers concerning the 5 papers that were introduced in this session. So,
Dr.
yes, Dr. Majid.
In fact, I really admire Dr. Al-Imam presentation and the subject he is tackling. And of course, speaking of Edward Said, such a great person who imposed himself and have been accused of being a terrorist all the time, living and lecturing at United States of America, burning his office in the University of Columbia many times and trying to tell the world that I think he tried hard, may his soul rest in peace. I just want to support what Dr. Al-Imam was telling, how you can use certain words and connectors of your source to impose what you want and you want to do. Like I will give you some very interesting and just cunning examples dealing with the other part, I mean the Israelis and the Palestinian cause. Like the Israelis will be reluctant to say Palestine or Palestinian state. They will say just Palestinians. It is just wanted to say that Palestine is not a country and is not a land, is not a homeland. And when they say Palestinians, just Palestinians, they are using this expression mainly to show that Palestinians is just like any nation, any people without a land. But when you say Palestine, the case is different. And of course, when they refer in Oslo Agreement to Palestinian Authority, they never agree to say Palestinian National Authority. For them, imposing the word national means the future state for the Palestinian. When they started the negotiation before 20 years, when also this agreement, which I opposed myself, started, there was a difference on, that the Israelis have to withdraw from lands or the lands. So the Palestinian negotiators, when they tried to start negotiating, they said according to UN resolutions, the Israelis the Israeli army has to withdraw from the Palestinian lands, while the Israelis said no, there is no other. It's like Palestinians, that means not all the land occupied in 1967. And even the settlements they are constructing over the Palestinian soil nowadays, they don't give them just a strange name. They just use the same name, but twist it a little bit. Like when they confiscate some land of the village of Kafar Kadum, for example, they will rename these settlements, call it Kadumim, and so on. So I just wanted to give you some certain examples how people can use those devices in order to implement them for the service of their benefits. And I really appreciate choosing this topic. By just very small question, is it accidentally you came across Edward Said to explain these things for your research, or just you intended to do so? And why Edward Said in particular?
Dr. Ahmed.
I'm very thankful for the kind of choice that you have already selected me to ask me to start or to commence with asking me such a question. First, let me say something, as you have already proceeded. And I am very grateful to the background that Dr. Nashat is showing. And I missed the chance also, and this is beyond dispute, that the Quds and what it means as a symbol. You know, I know how to read visual language. I know I have already done many papers on visual language and how to read them, especially when you use them in different journals, in different situations. You know, the deep depth behind your colleague, Dr. Majid, and the name of Al-Quds means a lot for us, for every human, not for us. We need to talk about this. Let me take you back to I will answer your question, but allow me to say something about this as the floor is open. You know, um, the Edward Said himself, I remember, he was the second person in the Fatah gathering or institution when it was first founded. And till Oslo, he lived there. And being so much closer to the Palestinian cause as a human, I do believe that Edward Said one day said his argumentation was true, not against, not for. Some Islamists, some liberals, they used the words of Edward Said in different ways, which while he was living, he was not happy with that understanding, with that perception. So I took the responsibility I chose this area. So since 2001, I start searching Orientalism since 2001 till now. I have done many papers on Orientalism. And by the way, the tabulation of the methodology is adapted from a Jordanian who is very, very, very activist in the area of, in the cause. Edward Said said that the only argument that should be argued for is humanity, while Ahmed Iman, the humble person before you, says that the only argument that should be argued for is Palestine. And we have to ensure, we have to promote this, because the sound or the voice of right and facts and truth is always higher, and we have the evidences. They are criminals. The blood is shed on all screens. Nobody is saying one single word. And I was very attracted to the key speaker, the chief, and many of the chief guests at the beginning of this international. I'm sorry.
I know that.
Let me answer your question. I have started this searching Orientalism in 2001, and it was I was in Lebanon in 1974 before Slimane Frangieh and before the civil war, and I was there, and I went to Syria, and I went near the borders, and I remember that Edward Said himself threw a stone towards a checkpoint on the Palestinian-Lebanese border when he came there, and I was in his placement. I was, and the first sentence that starts or commences the introductory, this great introduction of Edward Said of Orientalism starts on a visit to Beirut during the civil war, and I was there, and Abu Deeb was there, and Edward Said was there, and many readers were there also. And
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
That is why.
Let's take.
I'm sorry for the time.
Question. Thank you.
I thank you, Dr. Majid, for your great question. I hope I answered the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope that we have another question here for our valuable papers that were introduced. Do you have other questions?
Yes, Dr. Nashat, may I add some comments?
Or comments, of course.
Yes. Okay. So this is me, Dr. Nashat, Dr. Khalid.
Who's this?
From Dr. Khalid Bekat from Al-Quds University.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Yes. Nice to meet you. Just I'd like to add one comment to the paper which has just been presented by my colleague, Dr. Majid. Yani, really, I very much like his recommendations, especially in reference or in terms of, let me say, increasing or promoting students' engagement. By the way, yani, my paper will be tomorrow on investigating students' EFL students' engagement and satisfaction with online learning at Al-Quds University. The good news, Dr. Majid and all my colleagues, is that yani, the results showed that students really are highly motivated or are highly engaged using online learning at Al-Quds University for different reasons. There will be explained later. And one important issue is that إنه يعني while they are يعني let me say motivated to be within this environment, I mean online learning environment, really they prefer to go back to face-to-face education. And
yes,
the results were there, and there were some explanations about this. This means that if we can invest in using let me say special technologies, special tools for promoting online learning, not just at Al-Quds University, I think in all Arab universities, whether these universities adopt e-learning or distance learning or remote learning or blended learning, I think we can prepare our coming generations to be well equipped, will be able to cope with any coming pandemic. So
Dr. Khalid, tomorrow you will give us with your precious recommendations because time is
thank you, Dr. Khalid. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nasser.
Is there anyone who would like to add something or ask questions?
Okay, Dr. Nasser.
Yes.
Okay.
Add a comment, please?
Thanks for sharing. Can I say something?
Yes, Dr. Reem, yes.
Okay, thanks for sharing a rich experience. But I have two questions. For Dr. Ahmed first. By the way, I like the way that you're talking about visibility of translator and also ideology and presupposed. But the question here, to which extent does these concepts influence the translator? And also for Fatma, Dr. Fatma and Dr. Hannah, I like the way that you're talking about the storyboard and semiotic. So how does these features integrate into curriculum or the curriculum design? So is there any framework that we can work in the future?
Okay, Dr. Ahmed.
So, yeah.
Could you please answer?
I thank you.
Please, Dr. Nasser, take Fatima and
okay, Dr. Fatma.
Because we don't have time. Yeah, we don't have time. Still, yes, a few seconds, please. We don't have time. The other session is closed, so please.
Okay. Thank you for your question.
Dr. Fatma, yes.
Yes, just to answer your question. Well, actually, I mean, the first thing that we were kind of aiming for is that before the whole idea of teaching literature, we wanted to make sure that the learning theory that we're kind of proposing is that it's a more kind of socio-cultural theory of learning. So we want to make sure when teaching literature, whether it's using picture books or whether it's just kind of the traditional texts in fiction, that students or the curriculum or the lesson, the structure of the lesson is that it is kind of structured into three main parts, which is the pre-reading, while reading, and then the post-reading. These are very important, and part of this kind of socio-cultural view is that you need to be able to draw on students' background knowledge and experience in order for them to actually start making predictions about what to expect from the text and then critically engage with that text. So a socio-cultural view of learning and the use of activities is very important here. But what we wanted to make sure or what we wanted to argue for here is that, is that, yes, okay, you want to use activities to get students engaged and to get them to think about the text, but we want to give a very large proportion of that lesson to this dialogue that takes place. So you're not just giving them a few minutes or even, even half an hour for discussion with the group. What was more important is that you get to the whole class to discuss the text. And the most important part is that students are responsible for that discussion and how it takes.
Thank you very much. I believe
very much.
we can end this first session tonight.
May I answer the question in one
Dr. Yusuf
single
has
minute?
something to say.
ممكن نعطي دقيقة إذا تكرمت دكتور
Yes, Dr. Yusuf, could you end this session and let's move to the second session?
إذا في مجال نعطي دقيقة بس في شيء مهم دكتور أحمد بس على عجالة يعني ما
دكتور أحمد تفضل.
بعدين الدكتور يوسف.
Okay, thank you. What we need exactly to perform, and after presupposition, after any presupposition of any components there, we need to apply syllogistic scales that can rate if the soustics is fairly and justly transferred into the target text or not. If we succeed, we can see the synthesis, the reasons, the claims, the argument, and this is implied mind within the argumentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. دكتور نشأت ممكن تختم ومن ثم المايك يكون مع الدكتور يوسف إذا تكرم يفتتح الجلسة الثانية. تفضل دكتور نشأت.
I would like to thank all of our doctors and all of our keynote speakers for their valuable information and for their valuable time and sharing us with this with their knowledge. Thanks a lot. Nashat Al-Masri was with you, and now we move to Dr. Yusuf Omar. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Nashat.
Dr. Yusuf, the floor is yours.
Thank you. We appreciate all the presentations. We got a lot of information. The time is limited. Of course, we are concerned with the time as we have other sessions. The time here maybe it's a little bit early, but in other places such as Japan or India, it's maybe midnight or so. So we are sorry if we are just concerned about the time. So we appreciate everything, and let's move now to the other session, which is by Dr. Ahmed Maher. So Ahmed Maher, please, Dr. Ahmed Maher, start the other session if you don't mind.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen from everywhere in the world. Thank you for being with us in this international virtual conference. I'm very delighted and proud to be part of this conference as a scientific committee member and as a chair of this session, and also as a presenter, inshallah, tomorrow. I'd like to express my deep appreciation to the president of the conference, Dr. Yusuf Zaghwani, and the Democratic Arabic Center for giving me this opportunity. And also, I'd like to extend my thanks to the honored committee. The topic of this session is promoting the 21st century methods of teaching and theories of learning in the post-pandemic coronavirus. Actually, we have three fabulous presenters. I'd like to start with the first presenter, Dr. Ahmed Snoussi. Before starting, let me just give a short introduction about Dr. Ahmed Snoussi. He is an assistant professor at the Department of English at Faculty of Arts, Kofra, at the University of Benghazi. He received his PhD from Sudan, and he has published different articles in different local and international conferences. Dr. Ahmed Snoussi, he has a paper entitled The Introduction of the Communicative Speech Strategy Towards a Better Introduction of Grammar Skills in Libyan Secondary Schools. On behalf of him, Dr. Yusuf Zaghwani Omar is going to present his paper. Dr. Yusuf, without further ado, you are welcome to present his paper.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ahmed. Good evening for everybody. Good morning for those who are in the eastern part of the world. So the paper is about the communication or something, intercommunication, something like that, teaching grammar. So I'm going to talk just a little bit about the problems that we encounter while teaching English in most developing countries, including Libya and other Arab world countries. So in fact, what we focus is that we focus on the language as we know that we have the accuracy or fluency. So in teaching language, actually we teach our students, our learners, to know about the language, not to know how to use the language. So the focus is really on accuracy, teaching grammar out of the context. whereas they neglect the most part of the language, which is language is a way of communication. So we use language to communicate with others through speaking and through listening. This is actually the fact that's ignored by most teachers, most schools. In when I say Libya, I mean that most of the developing countries. So teachers, in fact, they use the methodology or methods of teaching that's used in 1783. That's grammar translation methods, which the focus is just only on the grammar, how to use the grammar, and based on a translation from English and Arabic. As we know that this method that was in 1783 was used to teach German to English, or English to German. So English and German, actually, they belong to the same family. So using this grammar might be successful in such situation. Whereas using this method for teaching, let's say, English for Arab students, here English and Arabic are different languages. As you know, that English is an analytical language, whereas Arabic is syntactical language. So the syntactical structure of English is different completely from the syntactical structure of Arabic. For example, when you say Ali goes to school, in Arabic we don't say yeah, Ali yadhab al-madrasa, because here the theme is different. When you say Ali, because in English syntactical structure, since they start with the subject, either noun or pronoun, which we call nominal sentence. Whereas in Arabic, this is in Chomsky called unmarked or regular form. Whereas when we go to Arabic, so Arabic we start the verb sentence. So here we say yadhab Ali al-madrasa. Of course, we know when you say yadhab Ali al-madrasa, it's different from Ali yadhab al-madrasa. The verb sentence is different in Arabic. With the verb sentence is different from the nominal sentence. Whereas verb sentence gives information, the nominal sentence informs about the subject, mubtada. So in English we will say yadhab Ali al-madrasa. So yadhab al-mudara. يفعل مضارع مرفوع بالضمه وعلي الفاعل والمدرسه جار شبه جمله في محل رفع جار مجرور اسم ومجرور. So when we say Ali يذهب, so here we are informing about Ali. So Ali is not fa'al. Ali is mubtada, subject. So Chomsky talked about this with parameters, of course, in his university grammar theory. He talked about principles and parameters. So folks, in parameters, that each language has some specific features that distinguish this language from other languages. So we have to, in teaching languages, in teaching English, namely in our schools, we have to focus on fluency. And accuracy not comes with the language, but accuracy comes within the language itself, because when we talk the language, actually we talk without thinking, spontaneously, naturally. So this is one of the features of the language, that we talk language, we use language without thinking of what we say. So language itself will correct itself. Not we correct the language, but the language. So the focus actually should be in schools on fluency rather than accuracy. But as we know that English, such as most of the Arab countries, that English is used in Libya as a foreign language, not as a second language. So English just only as a class subject. So when students study English, for example, in school, just only for the purpose of passing the exam to get to the other stage. So English is not used certainly to be used in some communicative situations. So when it comes to communicative situations, most of the students, namely, even for those, I'm teaching at the Department of English at the University of Benghazi. I know some of the teachers themselves, they don't talk English, to be open with you. They know about English, but when it comes to communication, actually they lack the skill, the activity of talking. So they don't know how to talk English. When I say talking, I mean that to listen and speak. So this activity or this skill is completely lacked in our schools. Our teachers, in fact, the other things that Dr. Nadia, when she talked about the nice presentation at the beginning, talked about the role of the teachers. In fact, the role of the teacher in the 21st century is a change from teacher into facilitators. So the role of the teacher in the 20th century is not to teach language, but to help learners learn. So here the role is actually converted. So teachers become learners and learners become teachers. This is a new philosophy in language, and let's say that it's a theory called whole learning. Yes, it means that we use the 4 skills within the same class. At the same class, we use listening, speaking, reading, and writing. So within the same activity, we have to involve to integrate these 4 activities within the same class. We encourage the students to use the language, to write, to read, to listen, and to speak. Within themselves, we communicate, we make a groups, we change the setting of the class instead of making rows. So we can make tables, and we integrate the students within the process of education. So the core of the education itself should be learners, because we are teaching for learners. We are not teaching for ourselves. So teachers in our classes should be, our schools should be not teachers, but facilitators to motivate the students, to encourage the students to use the language. In fact, when we talk about the situation of teaching in secondary school or the yesterday, the day before yesterday, I had a class, more than 100 students in the class. I was teaching class of contrastive grammar. So, in fact, when I talk, I don't have time to give, let's say, space or encourage the students to talk. Because even if you give, let's imagine that you give 1 minute, so maybe 100 minutes have gone. Because why? Because of the crowding of the students. That's actually the situation as that at the high school or primary school. More than maybe 60 students are in the classroom. So they don't have the chance to talk, to speak, to practice the language, use the language. The other thing is the lack of the technology. We don't have, even at the level of the university, most of the teachers, most of the students don't know how to use technology well. So even if I wanted to apply, let's say, any type of technology, I encounter a lot of troubles, I encounter a lot of challenges. Among us of these is that most of the teachers, they have no idea about how to use internet, how to use technology, how to use Zoom, for example, how to use Google Classroom and other activities. Visual aids actually are very important in teaching and learning. We have to integrate a lot of factors to make the process of acquiring language, of course, using language, how to use language in creative ways, and shift ourselves from teacher-centered into student-centered, teach ourselves from knowing about the language knowledge, into knowing how to use the language use. Whenever we get this point, so maybe we can achieve our goal to teach English in our schools at developing countries, namely where all of Arab countries and Libya in specific. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Thanks so
much. Thank you, Dr. Yusuf, for this presentation. Actually, you have diagnosed the situation of teaching grammar in the Libyan schools and universities as well, and you have talked about different ways we need to take care of our methods and our methods of teaching grammar. We have to integrate all skills together in order to be able to teach the students. Also, shifting the teaching process from teacher-centered to learner-centered. Yes, this is the key. This is the key factor in order to make our teaching process successful. Let me now move to the second presenter for this session. She is Dr. Intisar Al-Ghurfelli, who is going to present her paper entitled "The Influence of Mind Mapping Teaching Technique on Improving Students' Vocabulary." Dr. Intisar Al-Ghurfelli is Associate Professor in Applied Linguistics, and she is the Director of the Quality and Performance Improvement Office, Faculty of Languages, Benghazi University. Once again, Dr. Yusuf Ghani Omar is going to present on behalf of her. Dr. Yusuf.
دكتور يوسف لازم عشاء علينا الليلة.
Yes. Thank you for your time.
تعبتوا يا دكتور أحمد. يلا.
So what's the, sorry, I have no idea about that. What's the name of the paper? What's that?
The title?
Yeah, the title, if you don't mind.
The title is "The Influence of Mind Mapping Teaching Technique on Improving Students' Vocabulary."
Yes, mind mapping for teaching vocabulary.
Yep.
So, okay. So, yeah, I'll talk a little bit about this. So, when I talk about language, in fact, we know that language is the first step in the brain. So, we say that in fact, according to Chomsky, his theory of universal grammar says that all people, whenever they are born, so they get all languages of the world. So this means that language is processed in the brain, and we have all words of all languages. Actually, this is mentioned by the Quran when Allah قال وعلم آدم الأسماء كلها. So language itself actually is not mentioned in the Quran as language. لغة ليست لغة is language. لغة in the Quran is mentioned as سفيه القول. That's ولا تسمع فيها لغو ولا تأثيما and other things. So language in the Quran, لغة في القرآن, is not the language, but when you talk about علم آدم الأسماء كلها, so language in the Quran mentioned in different names. One of them is أسماء, or also علم منطقة الطير ولسان.
بيتكلموا عن الدين. كيف علم الإسلام آدم عليه السلام، بس الصوت واطي. خد يا عم. خد.
Yes, what's that? Could you please, Dr. Aish?
Yes, Dr. Yusuf, carry on.
Yes. So yes. So when Allah يقول وعلم آدم الأسماء كلها, means that people actually have learned all words, all vocabulary. So vocabulary is the Chum talked about this. He mentioned that this is called competence, and this is called the lang, and Piaget called the egocentric thought, and Vygotsky called inner speech. So vocabulary is there in the brain. So actually what we need is that what Chomsky calls performance. We need something to transfer what we have in our brain into reality to the mind. So the mind is the tool that transfers what's in the brain to the reality, to be communicative, to be a communicative tool with other people as a way of communication. The society call it parole, of course, Vygotsky calls it outcomes speech, Piaget calls it egocentric speech. So language, in fact, vocabulary is there in the brain. So what we need as teachers, in fact, to enhance, to encourage our students to grasp the language. We don't need to teach them vocabulary, because vocabulary is there. Just how is vocabulary a reality? Because if you teach them vocabulary, so they might remember the vocabulary when it comes to the way that you use this vocabulary. Of course, we never use this vocabulary because why? Because what we lack actually is what forms of the social parole. We need our students to use their vocabulary in community situations with other students, with other classmates, even outside of the classrooms. For example, when I teach vocabulary, so I don't give this one of the syllabus design called content syllabus design. So the focus is on vocabulary. What we need, in fact, we use for the theories of learning, we use something we call functional theory, in which that I ask the students, let's say, imagine a situation and talk about this. Use vocabulary. So in this case, let's say that imagine that you went to London last week. Tell me about this story. So in this case, the students is free. We emancipate our students from everything, from the boundaries, from us as teachers, and they try to use the vocabulary that they have and try to imagine that just like, okay, last week, for example, last month, I went to London. I visited the tower. So he used the word. Even if he doesn't have the word, there's something called paraphrasing. So he can use other words, other descriptions, as long as I understand. So I don't focus on the grammar. For example, they say, don't say this, but say that. No. This actually complicates the process of learning, complicates the process of teaching also. Because if you complicate the process, stop, don't do that, don't do that, don't do this, do this. So in this case, the learner cannot use the language anymore, such as Chomsky, of course, talked about that language acquisition device, his hypothesis. We have to take the principles of language acquisition used in the language learning. So imagine that we have kids, of course, as we know that we have the language, all language. If you take a kid, let's say, to the United States, within a month or two, the kid can talk English. Japan can talk Japanese. Why? Because the language, as you said, that we have 6,776. These are languages over those. We have all these languages in just only perform. So we have to encourage our students to use the language without interrupting them, say this and then say. Language is a way of communication. As long as I got the information, that's true. But what happens in our schools, in fact, they complicate the process of education. Let's say, for example, how old are you? They say, I am 29 years old. Why 29? Why am years old? These words have function. They don't have meaning. The meaning is just only 29. So when you say 29, that's okay. Understood. There is no need to say, I am 20 years old. No, this is not language. This is parroting. This is systematic. So in this case, we complete. What's your name? You don't need to say, my name is Ahmed. What's your name? Ahmed. How old are you? 29. There's no need to say, my name is Ahmed. So my name is Ahmed. Actually, is if you say some schools, they give you 0. Why? Because you don't say, my name is Ahmed. So here we complicate the process of teaching, the process of learning, the whole process of education. To emancipate our students, to give them the space to talk, to give them the time, to give them everything, don't interrupt them as long as we understand. So this is language. As long as they talk without thinking, this is language. As long as they think, this is not language. Because why? In our schools, they focus on accuracy, grammar, rather than fluency. Whereas language, as imagine that Arabic, imagine that I, ana, akunu, taliban. This is language. It's dull, boring. So no one can hear you. No one. The other thing is that what the speaker, in fact, when I talk now, when I find, let's say, what determines the type of the speech, the language used is the listener. If the listener, in fact, they are not good, the audience are not good. In this case, I can never talk English. When I talk with Americans, it's different from that when I talk with Libyans. It's different from that when I talk with high, let's say, level students of English. What determines the type of the speech? So what happens to our, in fact, teachers in the school? They focus on vocabulary out of the context. So they give them a lot of words to memorize without using them. So what happens is that actually they delete the thing, that's what you call critical thinking. So students are confined just only to remember, to memorize these words and write them on the exam, to pass the exam. And even when they are asked about the meaning, sometimes they don't know the meaning. Why? Because they know this word should be put in this space, for example. That's what happens even if you go to the primary schools, let's say in Arab schools. So students can read everything, but when you ask them to read a specific word, they say we don't know this. Why? Because they memorize the whole thing. They take the shape of the word without understanding. Without understanding, we can never use the language. We have first to understand the language. We have to understand something. We can talk about this thing. The other thing is that in our teaching, in fact, we neglect the role of culture. We suppress the culture. Without culture, we can never talk language. Even if you have a full command of language, you have a lot of vocabulary, you have a lot of grammar rules, but without being aware of the culture, we can never talk English, because language is culture. Culture is language. So for me personally, I think that culture is more important than the language itself. For example, when I say the weather is nice. So the weather is nice, and then the English culture, where are you from in the American culture? Now our culture means assalamu alaikum, or good morning, or sabah al-khair, or masa al-khair. Why? Because people in the English culture, when they talk about the weather, and we have now Fatima Abu Bakr, she's from in Scotland, and she knows this. So it's a way of introduction, to introduce yourself to someone you don't know. Well, in the American culture, when you say, where are you from? Actually, they are not curious about the place that you are coming from, but they want to start the conversation with you. So what's the equivalent that goes with what the weather is nice in the United Kingdom, or where are you from in the United States? in the Arabic culture. It's good morning. So in our culture, when we meet someone that we don't know, the first thing that we to start a conversation, we say with a greeting. We say Assalamu alaikum, good sabah al khair, masa al khair, good morning, good afternoon. After that, it starts the conversation. So here we are not actually, though I know the meaning of the weather is nice and where are you from, but the effect, what's the effect of the weather is nice or where are you from on the speaker, on the listener? So we have to convey the same effect that's found. That's why you say, for example, when Shakespeare says, shall I compare to a summer's day? If you go to the dictionary, we have, of course, the denotative meaning and the connotative meaning. So summer, the denotative or the dictionary meaning of summer is safe in our culture. But if you convert this into man ذا يقارن حسنك فتان بيوم safe. So here, praising summer, of course, you know, is the most favorable season in the English culture. So here we shifted the effect of summer, but we shifted the meaning of the summer in the dictionary. We have to take care of the connotative meaning, and also we have to take care of the deep meaning, not the surface meaning. As you say, the weather is nice. What's the hidden meaning? For example, when you say it's hot. It's hot, as it means that the weather is hot. This is the surface meaning. When it comes to the deep meaning, it means that maybe start the air conditioner, open the window, open the let's go. It's time. Even, for example, you look at your watch. So for me, this is language. And this is more important than the language itself. Are you with me?
Yes, Dr. Amr.
Are you with me?
Yeah, sure. Carry on.
Yes. So yes. So when I say, for example, it's hot, so it doesn't mean that also I talked about something which say, am I okay? Shall I go on? Am I okay?
Yes, go on.
Okay, so the other thing is that let's talk about the body language or the language of the gestures. Language, in fact, doesn't, as I said before, words don't get meaning. What gives meaning is the people that use the word. For example, we say shukran or thank you or Allah hamdek or whatever. The meaning is good, but sometimes the situation in which these sentences or words are used are bad. For example, when someone asks me to do something, I say, no, say shukran, thank you. So thank you in this situation is not good. Why? Because what gives meaning the sentence thank you is the people, the one who uses it, the situation in which it's used. Allah hamdek. I say Allah hamdek. I say, why are you angry? I said, yes, you said, but you mean something bad for me. So Allah, or for example, that's very awesome. Say, for example, when I say, what are you doing? You can say, I'm watching, I'm listening. But imagine that the situation is different. Or let's say that in my office, I say, what are you doing? It means that, why are you here? You don't say, I'm looking or no. You have to say, no, I have done nothing. I came just to ask about you. Why? Or maybe if I imagine that I go to Tunisia and find you there, Ahmed. So what are you doing? It means that, why are you here? It's a great chance. So what gives meaning? Not vocabulary, but the situation. We have to take care of the connotative meaning. We neglect the denotative meaning. We have to take care of the deep meaning. We neglect the surface meaning. We have to take care of the pragmatics. Semantics actually doesn't have anything with language. Language, if we say that semantics is the study of meaning, actually we don't study semantics at all. We study pragmatics, how people use the language. So the focus should be on the vocabulary, as I said, not the denotative meaning, connotative meaning, how to use the language, what's the function of the language, how to convey ourselves, how to communicate with others. It's not just only to memorize a lot of words, a lot of rules, and say I know about English. Such as a car, a mechanic. It's not necessary to know about the parts of the car, but how to drive the car. And this is actually what we lack in our curriculum system, in our school system, most developing countries. Thank you very much, and sorry if I take more time. Thanks, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yusuf, for your precious information concerning teaching vocabulary. And of course, yes, we cannot separate culture from teaching the language. When we teach the language, we have to teach the culture of this language. And yes, we have to find the equivalent of this in our native culture. Moving on, Dr. Yusuf, you are kindly requested to have a look at the questions in the chat box, and we'll get ready to answer them at the end of the session. Now, I'm really honored to introduce the third presenter for my session today, which is Dr. Hassan Omar. Dr. Hassan Omar, he is a senior lecturer of language methodology, Department of English Language Studies, Faculty of Continuing Education, University of Hodeidah in Yemen. His research interest is teacher development under difficult circumstances, and I think nothing is difficult than coronavirus. Dr. Hassan is presenting his paper entitled Monitoring as Model of EFL Teacher Development. Dr. Hassan, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me well?
Sure.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. I thank everybody, including Professor Yusuf Zagwani, for his gigantic efforts in bringing this event to light. I will just start into business straight away because of time, and I would like to share my my screen. Yeah, can you see my screen?
Yeah, sure. Could you please open the slideshow, please?
Okay. Is that okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so my paper is entitled, okay, I'd love to finish before that. Mentoring as an EFL teacher development model, Dr. Hassan Bayoui, and you have introduced me. Very quickly, opening remarks. The early years of teaching is a unique phase of teacher development. Formal teacher development, though important, is not enough. Informal or school-based teacher development, that is encouraging collegiate support and collaborative reflection, is or has become the trend nowadays. So in other words, this alternative model, other than the regular, what we call quick fix teacher training, is called teacher mentoring or teacher mentoring. Now, the whole idea of teacher mentoring is that novice teachers, and by novice I mean beginner teachers, new teachers, learn teaching in the company of experienced colleagues. In Vygotsky's terms, an expert, which is the mentor in this case, helps a less experienced colleague, that is the novice or the mentee. They construct and negotiate teaching through social interaction. However, mentoring is not about socializing. It's not about socializing. It's something more beyond that. Mentoring is not about telling novices how to teach. It's not just dictating to new teachers how to teach. Also, mentoring is not about evaluating or judging teaching. So what is mentoring then? Mentoring is about data-driven, evidence-based professional conversations or talking as teachers. It's about mentors, the experienced colleagues, co-thinking with novices, not supervising them. Again, mentoring, it's agency giving to individuals. We give agency to individuals to reflect and to think about their own teaching. Also, in mentoring, in fact, we are valuing what we call senior teachers' practical wisdom. It is when teachers' practical wisdom is valued, and we all of us know that knowledge is enriched when shared. And above all, mentoring is, it is about theorizing from the classroom and not theorizing from outside the classroom. The problem of my research was like this. I'll just give a background about where did it come from. Reflections of my professional journey as a beginner teacher. When I was a beginner teacher, I myself strived because I lacked the professional support. Again, EFL Yemeni teachers or anywhere in the world, they strive not only as novices, but also as professionals. One reason or one main reason behind novices being what we call striving in the profession is what we call impaired teacher talk. One of the plenary speaker before me was talking about teachers talk and the importance of it. So because communication among professionals is impaired, okay, so we encourage teacher collaboration, and mentoring is about what we call fostering this teacher talk. And to do my research, I just chose mentoring as a model. Why? Mentoring being supportive more than evaluative. Okay, I did not go for supervision. Supervisor usually looks for evaluating teachers, but a mentor does not evaluate. A mentor fosters the professional growth of his colleague without being evaluative. It's about teacher collaboration. My problem restated: novice in service EFE secondary level Yemeni teachers need to improve their teaching performance. So in order to do that, a suggested mentoring training program was thought to contribute to their performance and self-confidence. In order to do that, what did I do? The intervention in simple words. Fine. Do you follow?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm a bit suspicious of technology. Yeah. Five novice EFL teachers, as you can see, were paired up with 5 experienced teachers within the same schools. So we have got 5 what we call dyads. Over a school year, the 5 dyads engaged in mentoring activities. What are those mentoring activities? Co-planning, planning together the lessons, lesson observation, modeling, and counseling. These are actual photos of actual teachers and the mentor. Those mentoring activities centered on 4 teaching areas. Those areas are planning, instruction, classroom management, and assessment. The major result of my paper, significant difference level in the treatment or the study group teaching performance and self-confidence was found, favoring the post-application. Concluding remarks. Now, mentoring is not about what we call generalities. No, it's about empirical evidence. Again, mentoring is not a panacea. When we say mentoring, we do not say that all teacher development issues can be resolved through mentoring, but this is an experience, and it is what we call an empirical evidence that brings about desired results. And in mentoring, something very important is there. We move from dialogue to inner dialogue. The dialogue, I mean, is there when is reflected in the professional conversations between the mentor and the mentee, between the more experienced teacher or the senior teacher and the junior teacher. So in mentoring, the mentors from dialogue with teachers, with new teachers, they move to what we call inner dialogue. And by inner dialogue, I mean they push teachers to be self-reflective, and self-reflection is all about teacher development, or teacher development is all about self-reflection. Another important thing about this experience was it wasn't only mentoring, but there was something bonus. What was that bonus? There was a language bonus. What do I mean by language bonus? We know we all strive The context of English is EFL context. English is English as a foreign language. So through the conversations between mentors and mentee, they conversed in English. It was also a kind of what we call they survived. It was a kind of outlet for them to survive in the foreign language. So it wasn't only professional development, it was something beyond professional development that was language bonus. And the last thing is this experience is a kind of milestone for what we call teacher or country-specific teacher development program. Yeah, with this, I come to end of my talk. I think I have finished before the 15 minutes, Dr. Ahmad. The floor is yours.
You still have 2 minutes if you like.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm done.
Yes. Thank you for your impressive, informative, fabulous presentation and fabulous topic. I'm really sorry if I have pronounced the word mentoring at the beginning wrongly, so I'm sorry for that.
Yeah. Yeah, they say yeah, in this they say mentoring and mentoring both. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Knowledge is enriched when shared, and this is actually the target of this conference, to share the knowledge, to share the theories and share information in order to improve our generations. Thank you very much, and we are really honored to have you in this conference, and especially in my session. So thank you, Dr. Hassan. And yes, now we can have 5 minutes for discussions. Yes, any questions? You are welcome to ask Dr. Yusuf or Dr. Hassan.
Okay, Dr. Ahmed.
Yes,
just a comment about بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وعلم آدم الأسماء كلها. Some says, and the famous figure is Noam Chomsky. علم آدم الأسماء. He doesn't interpret or explains it in an Islamic way, but he claims that every human being is born with language acquisition device, and any human being is biologically equipped with the ability to acquire or learn a language. It doesn't mean he taught Rabbna taught Adam the names of things, and this is a mountain, rather than I personally agree with Chomsky's interpretation in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jihad.
Alaikum. Can I say something?
Yeah, sure. You're welcome.
Yes, I'd like to ask the third presenter of the name, which was a very interesting topic actually. But I'd like to ask Dr. Hassan Omar. You talked about the new teachers who were joined together with all teachers, experienced teachers, and you said that they benefited. What about the old teachers? Did they benefit from the new teachers, new experience, maybe computer-wise, maybe if they have benefited from the new teachers? Could you elaborate on that? Tell us a little bit about what was the benefit. Was the benefit interchangeable, or was it only one directed?
Yes,
Dr. Ahmad?
Yes, Dr. Hassan?
I'm sorry, I just lost the connection. Could just the question, I would repeat his question. Yeah.
So in your paper, in your comments,
Yes.
you said
Yeah.
that newcomers, new teachers benefited from old teachers in various ways, including planning, etc.
Yes.
But was there any kind of benefit the other way around? I mean, old teachers benefiting from the new teachers?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, this is what we call, in fact, reverse mentoring. This is when even senior, it was a chance even for senior teachers to grow in the profession. It wasn't only the new teachers who learned. For instance, I would tell you something. Now, we all know in the Arab world, senior teachers, by the passing of time, they lose mastery over English language. You may agree with me, yes or no?
Sure.
Especially teachers in schools, So fresher teachers, novice teachers who are just graduated from college with their, I would say, very vibrant language, you see? So it was a kind of reverse mentoring. For new teachers, they learn teaching methods. For senior teachers, their English language was refreshed. This is one way how senior teachers learned or benefited also from this.
Thank you very much.
Yes, any other questions, any other comments? We still have 1 minute for the discussion session. If you have any questions.
Okay, may I ask? Okay, you're talking about self-reflection. So in which stage do we adapt this strategy or this technique?
Is this question for me, Dr. Ahmed?
Yes, Dr. Hassan.
Yeah. In fact, self-reflection is encouraged at every stage for us as humans, not only as professionals, whether novices or experienced or But as I said, in the end of the day, teacher development is about self-reflection, because now the senior teacher today is with you to provide professional support. Tomorrow he will not be here. So you have to start thinking about it. How would you reflect about your own teaching and to improve it? At all stages, self-reflection is encouraged.
Thank you, Dr. Hassan. Thank you, everybody. And I think this is the end of the second session for today. Thank you thank you, Dr. Yusuf. Thank you, Dr. Hassan, for your presentations. And I'd like to handle the microphone, if I can say that, to the third session. And the chair of this session is Dr. Jihad Al-Musallami. Dr. Jihad Al-Musallami, you are welcome. Dr. Jihad.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed.
Yes.
Dr. Yusuf, would you like to say something, or shall I start?
Thank you. Everything was good so far. Good. So now you can start the session. But for the presenter from Japan, I think the time is maybe early morning. So he sent me a message. Excuse me, I think. You can't see if he's here or not. But the time difference is maybe after midnight.
Yes. Thank you. This is the third session, the final session of today's meeting. At the beginning, it's an honor to be with distinguished scientists from different countries. I'd like to thank the organizers of this international conference. Also, my thanks extend to the speakers in the first and the second sessions and the speakers of the third sessions. The main themes of this session are experiences of teaching or learning English, translation or literature in post-pandemic coronavirus. We'll have 4 speakers in this session. The first speaker is from Japan, as Dr. Yusuf had just mentioned. I should say good morning to John Blake from Japan, University of Aizo. Is he available? So, okay, Dr. John Blake is supposed to introduce a paper titled Learning by Teaching, Facilitating Peer-to-Peer Tuition in Content and Language Integrated Learning. Dr. John seems that he is not with us.
Dr. Jihad, if you don't mind, Dr. Jihad.
Yes.
Just I want to tell the presenters that till now we have 1,029 people are watching and 22 shares. So about maybe 30,000 people are watching us now. On the Facebook, yes, almost
Wow,
more than 50,000.
Fantastic.
I go to the Facebook and see 229 people are watching now, and the 22 shares. Almost maybe 30,000 people are watching us now. Yes, go ahead. Thank you very much.
That's great. So, shall I move to the next speaker?
Yes, dear. I guess yes. We have no choice.
Yes. Next speaker is Al-Tayyib Al-Kayali from Libya, from the Department of English, Faculty of Arts, University of Sabha. His paper is titled Libyan EFL Learners' Perceptions of Using Collaborative Teaching on Their Overall Learning Achievements. Dr. Al-Tayyib, are you with us, Dr. Tayyib?
Dr. Jihad,
yes.
For Dr. Tayyib is from Sabha, south of Libya, and Dr. Ahmed Susi from Kufa, south of Libya. And right now we have some problems, some struggles, some battles in the south of Libya. So they are excused. You know, there's a battle, so we have some excuses for them not to present. I'm sorry if this.
So, okay, we'll move to the third speaker, and he is available with us. Good. Dr. Najib Miftah Muman and Fadl Bilyad Al-Jidi. Sorry if I mispronounce your names. They are working at the English Department, Faculty of Arts, Asmaraya University, Zlatan. Their paper is titled Teachers' Challenges in Teaching English Online in Libya During COVID-19. And Dr. Najib, you are welcome. Each speaker will be given 15 minutes, and you will have 1 more minute to introduce yourself, to add more information about your qualifications and interests. The floor is yours, Dr. Najib.
Thank you very much indeed. Assalamu alaikum first for everyone, and good afternoon, good evening, good morning for everyone. And first of all, let me introduce myself. I am Najib Muman, a lecturer from Al-Asmariyah University in Slayton, Libya. I have MA in TESOL from Huddersfield University, UK, Britain. And I am an English radio presenter. I've made more than 300 English episodes through like 7 years. And also I am a certified English teacher trainer, and I've trained many English teachers in different cities in Libya. and also I teach in different cities, and I teach different age groups as well. So on the behalf of my colleague Fadel Bejjairi, I just want, and me as well, I would like to thank all of you for making this fruitful conference, and to meet such a fantastic, inspiring people, to share our experience, and to learn from each other, to also to hopefully to learn from each other. So without further ado, let me start by sharing my slides with you. Okay, right, which is that one there. I'm not sure whether you can see it or not.
It's okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
We can see it. Thank you.
It's okay.
Right. Okay. Right. So, oh, sorry. I forgot the button to make it bigger, but that's okay. Right. Okay. So basically, that's the title, which is Teacher Challenges in Teaching English Online in Libya during the COVID-19, and I am the presenter, but we work collaboratively with my colleague Fadel Jairi. And let's quickly go to the second slide, which is the purpose of the study. So basically, I was thinking about choosing these challenges or that topic because I want to shed the light on teachers' challenges in teaching English online in Libya during the COVID-19. Also, and more importantly, sharing my own experience and challenges, which even my colleagues as well, but which I encountered myself when I started distant teaching, whether via live TV lessons, live radio lessons, and recorded lessons broadcasted on TV and online. So that's the purpose for this study. Right, and the methodology. Okay. Right. Can you hear me quite clearly? Yeah.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please continue.
Right. Okay. So the methodology basically, or there is a few basic key facts or facts about this research. It was an online survey, and it consists of 19 questions, and there were 73 participants, different English teachers in Libya. And let me go and share the research questions of my paper, which is, what are the main challenges that face English teachers in teaching online during the current pandemic, COVID-19? And also, what are the reasons behind these challenges? So let me shed the light and to clear things. Online learning, it doesn't really mean that it should be via the internet. Online learning, or maybe distant learning, sounds a bit similar to each other. But during the pandemic, I reminded you, sorry, I don't want to sound a bit repetitive, but I was one of the members to share and to give lessons online from the Ministry of Education. So we recorded lessons, live TV lessons and broadcasts and TV Libyan channels as well. And also being a radio presenter, I gave and I broadcasted some episodes as well during the lockdown. And so online is not only related to the internet. So, and I would like to share some of the results with you. So the first one, which is about the data analysis. So the age group, so I divided the age group in 4 sessions, which is 22 up to 30, which is that sort of age, which is most of the new teachers, the driven ones, the fresh ones. They graduated from the university and they're ready to choose everything. And we can't say like they are some of them, they are technique geek. Some of the teachers, they are techno immigrants, so they don't know that much about technology. And the second one, which is 31 up till 40, which is the age group, and as you can see here on the screen, and 41 up till 50, and some people above the 50 as well. So I hope that it's clear and you can see it. We've got like 38.9%, which is the yellow one, the blue one for that age group, which is 22 to 30, and the other one, which is the largest amount, which is the age group of the teachers divided male and female from age, varied from age 31 up till 40, which is equal to 37.5%. And the other, the third one comes to 40, the age group from 41 up till 50, which is 20.8%. And then for the age group of this, teachers who are above 50, so we only have 2.8% as well, the one who participated in this study. Right, let's move on to second slide, which is which education sector do you teach at? So I asked them whether you teach in public or private. It could be even both. So as you can see, most of them, they are on the public sectors. So 49.3%, which was the teacher who teach public sector, and the second one in high percentage, which is both, goes to which is on orange color, 26%, which is what they teach in private and public sectors as well. So as you can see, the third one, which is 24.7%, which is for the private sectors in teaching as well. Right. Okay. And that's one of the most important slides, and I would like to share it with you, which is I did ask them some questions, and even open-ended questions as well. I didn't put all the questions here, but that's some of the analysis as well. So that's one of the important questions. So as an English teacher, which of the following platforms do you prefer in your teaching English online? So the majority of them, as you can see, they said Zoom, and they choose Zoom. So which is like 58% or 58 English teacher, they choose Zoom and they rely on Zoom. That's the platform they use. They teach online. And the second one comes to WhatsApp application or platform, and the others after that, the third place goes to Google Classroom. So some of them they added some of the platform. Personally, I never heard of them, but it was nice to hear from them, which is like Class Dojo and Telegram and YouTube and Google Meet and Google Microsoft. So the percentages varied, but basically, as you can see from the screen, the majority of them they prefer to use Zoom and WhatsApp and Classroom, Google Classroom, right? Okay, so let's go to the second slide, which is the next slide. I did ask them, have you taken any English training course, because it's really important, or sessions on how to teach online. So as you can see here, the yellow, the blue color represents yes. So 50.7% of the teachers, they said yes, they did, and they took training courses, and some of them they took even sessions on how to teach online. And the others is 49.3%, they said no. And let's go to other slides, which is I asked them, would all your students be able to attend the class online? The majority of them, which represents the orange color, which is 71.2% of the teachers, they said some of them, so not all of them. And the next or the second place goes to yes, which is in blue color, which is 70.8%, and the other one, which is in the red color, which is 11%, which is no, not all of them will be able to attend a class online. Right, okay, and the other one, which is the other slide, sorry, and I asked them, do you provide extra online activity to enhance your students' learning background? Why did I ask this question? Because as I told you, I did different English teaching or different lessons through the radio, through the TV, recorded lessons and live lessons, and also online recorded and different aspects. So one of the issues I face personally, which is how to provide extra online activity, how to assist them. And so I asked these questions, and interestingly enough, we have got always, sometimes, rarely, and never. So the ones on red color, which is 60.3%, which is sometimes, the teachers who participated in this research, they said yes. So sometimes they provide online activity to enhance students' learning background. And the other ones, which is the blue one, which is 19.2. And I'm sure that you can see it and you can read it. And let's go to the next slide, which the follow-up question related to the previous one, which is I asked them, do you think that online teaching is more effective than the traditional teaching? Interestingly enough, they said, to some extent, which is represented orange color, which is to a percentage of 64.4%, and the red one, which is no, and it took 20.5%, and the other one, which is yes, they think that online teaching is more effective than traditional ones. They said yes, it's 15.5%. Interestingly enough. And let's move to another one, which is
yes. So you have 2 more minutes.
Right. Okay. Right. Okay. I'll be very quick. Okay. Right. Okay. So let me share that. I will skip that screen. So let me share the screen because it's very important. So I asked them, what are the main obstacles you face as an English teacher, which is that one of the key components and more important ones in teaching English online. So the majority of them, they say internet availability, and you can't force the students to have internet access to and to pay for the subscription. And also they said lack of using technology, whether for this, they speaking about the student's perspective. So right, the last slide, which is, if coronavirus lasts a little more, would you consider exams and evaluating way to check your students' progress at the end? So maybe I said yes, no, maybe. So 56.2% they said maybe, and the blue one represents yes, which is 31.5% they said yes. So, and after sorry, I haven't got a recommendation here, but this, there are some recommendations coming up, and I will with these challenges. So I think we need to work collaboratively with the public and private sectors, and to work collaboratively with enhancing and sharing some objectives and the materials they use and everything. Sorry, I need to stop here. And feel free if you have any questions. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Dr. Najib, for your nice presentation and informative presentation. Now we'll move to the fourth paper. It's supposed to be presented by Tamer Habarba. Unfortunately, he is not available right now. He was available in the second session. I saw him, his name, but now he is not available. His paper is titled Empower Learners in the 21st Century Skills After Coronavirus Pandemic. Unfortunately, he is also not available. Sorry, 3 speakers, we missed their presentations. So I'll open the floor for questions and answers and comments and discussions. So if anyone like to ask a question, to whisper something, to add a comment, he or she is welcome.
Yes, may I talk? Dr. Najib, thank you very much for the nice presentation and sharing your study with us. For me, it's very useful because I work in a way such as this, doing a study regarding teaching online classes and the challenges that teachers answer. But I got some notes. Maybe I ask you, for example, you used, I don't know why do you think that teachers, they use Telegram, though Telegram is the most popular maybe website or tool that's used for us as the University of Benghazi. We use Telegram and it's very useful. So Telegram, you can even upload the videos if you want to make videos or something like that. Other things that I know that use WhatsApp and Viber. Do you think WhatsApp and Viber educational tools used? This is maybe social. It's not educational. So could you please justify the neglection of the using Telegram 1.1? It says that whereas you use Viber, WhatsApp, which they are not educational tools, they are social, maybe such as Facebook. We can never use Facebook in teaching or WhatsApp or Viber or phone, whatever. So can you please justify the reason of not using Telegram and posting maybe WhatsApp and Viber?
Right. Well, thank you, Dr. Yusuf, for this fantastic question. Actually, when I did wrote this multiple choice with my colleague, I asked many students. I asked my colleagues as well who took part, and I was brainstorming about the choices that I will make, and I did make sure that I will make an option for them to write it down. About the Telegram, some people, they wrote it, and only 10 people out of 73 people, they said they're using Telegram. I think it's a matter of preference. I'm not sure, but people, they've got different styles. It depends on the students. It depends on the people that. I think it depends on the students' preference as well, because some students, they are accustomed. They're not good. They don't get used to use different platforms, so they still stick on very simple platforms. I remember one of my friends. He teach secondary. He's a secondary English teacher, and he uses WhatsApp. And I keep saying, why you keep using WhatsApp? He said, because there sometimes I can assist them with a very short recorded tracks, I mean sounds or something. Even he plays the tracks from the laptop or something like that. It's just, and he told me that it's easier for them. It's in their mobile phones, and they can access it every time they can use it. And because some of the platforms, students, they need to, it's not handy for them. So some of the platforms, they can access it with their mobile phone, and they don't need a computer, or they don't need very strong internet internet service as well. So that I hope that I've answered your question.
Can I ask a question, please?
Sure,
Yes,
of course you can.
Right.
Yes, sir. Assalamu alaikum. Dr. Najib, I'd like to ask a question, a simple one. I believe that you, in your presentation, you said that some of the teachers did not have any kind of training regarding teaching online courses or online in general. And then another question is preferring or finding the teaching online as preferable for them or productive. And I believe that 15%, only 15% of your sample said yes. How could a person who is not trained to teach and to train people via online, using online, how could he find it I mean beneficial for students if he doesn't know how to teach them, how to use them? He will try to use the normal everyday face-to-face techniques that he knows without even being able to see the students' reactions and so on. So I think this question needs to be modified. If you ask him if he, the training, he shouldn't answer such a question because he won't know. I think so. I don't know if you have other opinion.
Let me see. You mean the question which is about the train? Have you taken any English training courses or sessions on how to teach online? And some of them they said yes, and some of them they said no.
Yes, yes. The person
is very close.
How many of them said no? I believe more than 50%. I guess
59.3. So the percentage is very, very close.
So 59.3 said no.
Yes, they said no.
So,
and
so how could these people understand and know whether teaching online is beneficial?
To be honest, I haven't got the exact answer for this, but I assume that some of the teachers who filled this application, who filled this questionnaire or survey, they don't know the exact meaning of online. That's why I've mentioned that sometimes they keep mixing up the definition between distance learning, e-learning, or even online learning, that sort of terms. They think that online is just about online, using the internet. I don't know the way they've been thinking, and unfortunately, I have no exact answer for this. But that was a very interesting question, because when you look at it and when you compare it with others, it sounds a bit it doesn't make sense, or it looks like it's not logical. But it's a good question to think about it, and I'll look and I'll think it really deeply about it, because to be honest, because it's their answers. I'm not sure the way they think, because as far as I remember, one of my teachers, one of my colleagues, she used to be my student at the university, and she's still fresh student. And she told me, she keep asking, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? So I think some of them, even though I did my best to make it clear and short and simple, but I assume that some of them, they didn't know the exact meaning of these new terms.
Good. Al-Quds Open University in Palestine, we have taken so many courses in teaching online. And that was extremely beneficial for us. When the pandemic hit the world, we only took 1 week to move to online teaching. And it was only just like the whole world, every university in Palestine and other parts of the world was trying to get a place to work, an idea, a plan. And we in Al-Quds Open University, just 1 week, 7 days, and we moved all of our courses, about 40,000 students and more, moved to online learning. And it was like, just like that. Everyone was doing their work, and everyone thinks that teaching online is beneficial. Yes, although face-to-face is better, I believe, but online teaching is also beneficial. That's why I believe you need to interview these teachers and find out whether they know the meaning of online teaching before asking them if they prefer it or not. Thank you.
You're welcome. That's a very fruitful, interesting, clever question, actually. But let me ask you a question. Will you consider that the only people you've trained and you shifted to e-learning, will you consider them all represent all Palestine as a country?
Yes, we have 20 branches all over Palestine.
Well, sorry to interrupt you. What I do mean that you only trained the teacher or the students who are going to be teachers. They are teachers to be.
No.
Oh, sorry, you didn't make it clear then.
Al-Quds Open University trains the teachers, the lecturers, and provides online teaching, online training for all their students.
Yes. We have a course called تعلم كيف تعلم. كيف تتعلم, and this is an obligatory course for the first year students, obligatory to take it in the first semester. And the main goal of this, or objective of this course, is to acquaint them with the university portal and how to deal with Moodle and other virtual classes. So it is mainly computer-based course. So the students and the teacher become prepared. Yeah, thank you.
Very interesting. Thank you. Let me add something here. I think we've got different doctors and professors. They can share and they can their experience. But generally speaking, I'm speaking on behalf of Las Maria University in my city, which is there's an echo or something. I don't know why. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we hear you.
Oh, okay, good. I'm the subjects I teach, which is teaching methods, teaching strategy, and teaching English for young learners. And during the pandemic, we started to teach teachers to be who's going to be teachers and graduate, how to use online strategies and how to move and to shift to online. But however, my research was about, generally speaking, about the teachers in general. So secondary teachers, primary teachers, male and females, and all different sectors, or different age groups, or different age age levels. So that's the thing. So some of the teachers, they think that, oh, I don't know what the way they think, but some of them, they don't have that sort of motivation. Some of them, they haven't got a good internet connection. Some of them, they've got issues. They're not, they are techno immigrants. So techno immigrant means that people, they didn't get used to technology, and they're new to technology, and they need someone to help them on, to rely on. And I think you can't assume that because my or the people that I'm working, they are from different age groups, they are from different cities as well, and they mention some of the obstacles as well on one of the slides as shared. So in a nutshell, I can't assume that only and focus only the teachers on the new teachers they do. In addition, I am as I mentioned, I am a teacher trainer as well, and we in Slayton and other branches as well, we never stop giving online teaching sessions and how to teach online and everything. But again, you can't guarantee that everyone will do it. So it's all at the end of the day, it's personal preference, and it's all about self motivation. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Najib. Nice discussions. We are lucky to have you with us today.
You're welcome.
You are welcome. Any more questions, comments?
Dr. Fatima, I think.
Dr. Fatima. Dr. Fatima, if you'd like to say something.
Yeah, I mean, it was just about the previous comment about the the students not using some of the technology or some of the tools, or the students or the teachers. But I was just wondering if this might also it's kind of worth mentioning, and I think it would be interesting to kind of look at that in terms of what the reasons behind the lack of awareness. I mean, because I think sometimes the lack of awareness, there is this sort of resistance from students to actually use new technological tools, or teachers. Any person who feels like they do not have control over the situation might be resistant to actually use it. So they might be reluctant to use the tool. And this is something that we all face. If you find a new digital educational tool, just because you're not really, you don't have the experience of using it, you feel like it's going to be challenging, and therefore your motivation becomes less. And I don't know, I just thought, it's just a comment, but I just thought that this is something that you might be interested to look in depth.
Thank you, Dr. Fatima. Yes, lack of awareness.
Yeah, and I just remember something else. I think it's Davis's theory of using technology, and he draws on these three factors. I think it's acceptability, flexibility, and there's something else. It has to do with using new technology. So these factors do have an important role as to how and when you're going to be using technology.
Thank you, Dr. Fatima, for your informative comments. Awareness. Yeah, Dr. Majid Hassanin mentioned something in the first session. Necessity is the mother of invention. Yes, and necessity is a strong motivation. And if you force the students, and they need to do that, so they can learn from each other. It's supposed to a paper supposed to be presented by John Blake to tell us about peer-to-peer learning. And young generations nowadays are smarter than our old ones in using technology. I think almost I can say everyone has a mobile. Here in Gaza and West Bank, I think with one shekel, yani about 10 cents,
25 cents
or 25 cents, can buy a card and can work in that 25 cents for the whole day.
24 hours.
24 hours. And they are good at chatting and using their mobile. So if they need it, they can do it. And they can learn fast. By the way, Dr. Fatma, you mentioned in your presentation something when you talked about audio or visual ebooks. You told one of the procedures you mentioned, let the students observe and evaluate. It attracted my attention, the word evaluate. Evaluate what? To evaluate in terms of which culture is better than the other? And if
no,
we got
actually,
in that issue, that will be something of a criticisms and creating negative attitudes about one or another culture.
no, because part of the whole idea of this dialogic or intercultural experience through dialogue is that it's about inclusiveness. So you want to make sure that you respect different cultures and you do not judge. There shouldn't be, and that's why when I talked about how you choose text, it's very important that you do not bring all these kind of biased ideas and stereotypes into the contents. But evaluation here is meant to be kind of more focused on the characters that you're dealing with in the stories, because this is fiction, and this is and as we know, fiction is a representation of human life. So you as a person, you want to relate to all these characters in some ways, and you want to evaluate their actions and their so you want to give judgments, and this evaluation is what makes it critical to begin with. You want to be able to think closely about how people deal with conflict, and then kind of relate this to your own experience and how you would deal with these conflicts in your own personal life, and at the same time in your culture. For example, I mean, before we were dealing with this, we had a few students, and we asked them. We had this story called The Story of an Hour, and it's a very feminist story. So one of the questions that we were working with them was that, how would that make you feel, first of all, and then how would in your culture, how would they react to these kinds of problems or issues? Because, we all know that women are represented differently in different cultures. So this is what I meant by evaluation. So it's basically the evaluation of and also because we're dealing with picture books, so you're also evaluating the illustrations. There's more to picture books than just what meets the eye. There's how the colors are portrayed in the picture books. It's very, once you really get to know picture books, it's very complex. How the the images, and sometimes, for example, they use it for, I don't know, maybe you can say dramatic effect or something, but it might be like, for example, the size of an object is made so huge because there is a message that you want to send across, or maybe it's so tiny because you wanted to focus on another character rather than this. So it's very intelligible.
I got it. It comes to raising their awareness for the sake of appreciation, not for criticism.
Yes.
Yes. And the issue of culture is very, very important. Yes. Any more questions, comments?
Yeah. If you don't mind, just for me to add the last comment for Dr. Fatima, when she showed actually the book Arrival.
Yep.
We saw that a word is worth 1,000. A picture is worth 1,000 words.
Yes.
Believe it or not, for this book, actually, I studied this book. Just only pictures. No
words whatsoever.
Yeah, no words. Just only pictures. Yes. So actually, we studied my PhD program, that's a class of reading. So we studied the whole semester only this book, trying to everyone tries to make an image for the picture. So I remember that he traveled by train or something like that, and every picture takes us maybe the whole class 2-3 hours just only trying to everyone express the image. Do you know the reference? That's the reference or reference and sense. So we try to make a reference of this image and try to make sense of this image. So in fact, this is a good idea for using this images instead of writing, because images give us, as I said, emancipation, give us the freedom to students to express themselves, use the language. Everyone looks at the picture from a single side, from this side, the other one from the other side. So after that, we can collect a lot of ideas about how to see the same picture with different perceptions.
From different perspectives.
Yes. But what I'm concerned about, why do you actually focus on interculture? Why not intraculture? Interculture is more dangerous
within the same culture. Yeah. I mean, that's quite interesting. Yeah, that's quite interesting.
That's a very good discussion. Well, I guess Dr. Yusuf, time is due. We are, happy, tired, but unfortunately, some papers are missing today. Maybe for some technological or reasons, but I guess we can give them chance for tomorrow in case if they are present. I would like to, before Dr. Jihad finishing his session and Dr. Yusuf formally finishes the third day of this conference, I would like to remind everybody that tomorrow we have one very long session into 2 parts, 6 papers, and the chair is Jabir Abu Shawish. And other session for 2 papers only will be, the chair is Hisham Kotesh, and due to some family reasons, maybe I myself will be the chairperson, if you don't mind. Thank you so much. Dr. Jihad, you might finish your session. Grateful to you, and then Dr. Yusuf will formally finish the third day of our conference. Thank you so much. Dr. Jihad, تفضل.
Thank you, Dr. Majid. Thank you, Dr. Yusuf. Thanks for the presenters. At the end, as Dr. Majid has just said, if we have plenty of time, we can move the missing papers till tomorrow. I don't know. This is the business of the committee. And I'll give the mic to Dr. Yusuf to end the formal session.
And just excuse me, Dr. Yusuf, just reminding everybody, tomorrow we'll have the final ceremony after presenting the papers, inshallah. So we'll be very punctual in time, and I guess we won't allow speakers unless they are present, so we can give more credibility to the conference. And of course, we are grateful to everybody who volunteered and presented a paper on behalf of others. That's so kind of you. And inshallah, tomorrow will be the crowning day of our efforts towards a very successful conference, and thanking everybody for whatever collaboration and enrichment for the conference. Dr. Yusuf, the floor is yours.
بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على نبي الله محمد عليه أفضل الصلاة وأزكى السلام. الحمد لله رب العالمين على هذا العمل. الحمد لله, thanks Allah for the good deeds. In fact, you are doing a great job. I can find no words to express my gratitude, my favor for all those who are working in front of me and behind the scenes. Dr. Karim Aish, in fact, is doing a great job on the Facebook, and Dr. Suhaib and Dr. Majid. I can never mention the names because I'm afraid that I remember someone.
ما تنساناش الدكتور أحمد ماهر يا دكتور, تنساناش الدكتور أحمد ماهر
حبيبي.
وكل الزملاء والدكتورة فاطمة اللي أثرت النقاش والجميع طبعا.
والدكتورة هنا والدكتور أحمد
والدكتورة ليلى والجميع, الدكتور منذر,
الجميع كلكم كنتوا wonderful حقيقة والله. I'm enjoying this experience. You know, this the first virtual international conference. I used to do face-to-face conferences, but now I like the idea of virtual conferences. And when we see that yesterday more than 40,000 were watching, and today more than 30,000 are watching us. Wallah, this is great. Tomorrow, inshallah, and maybe I might be a little bit late because I have a program on TV. I'm invited, maybe 30 minutes late. I might be. So we have a lot of programs, and we are, alhamdulillah, doing our job great. I appreciate that. Inshallah ta'ala, حيكون بيناتنا cooperation with whole, of course, we'll make a community, this community. Those who attend, we appreciate that. Those who don't attend, we might find excuses for them. So, but inshallah ta'ala, we'll make a community. We'll be brothers, sisters, where we are be confined to. inshallah ta'ala, حنكون في المسجد الأقصى يا رب العالمين ودعواتنا لأهل غزة. إن شاء الله ربي ينصرهم جميعا وبارك الله فيكم وتصبحون على
بدنا نختم بعد انك دكتور يوسف. احنا بلشنا في البكر انه necessity is the mother of invention. بدنا نختم memory is the enemy of disposition. Palestinians, we have memory, and this disposition will not last anymore. Memory is the enemy of disposition. Good night. Thank you so much.
Dr. Majid.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys.
تفضل.
بدي اسال في فورم للعضويه للمركز هذا؟
ان شاء الله احنا بنكون على تواصل مع دكتور كريم ودكتور صهيب لاحقا ونرتب هالجزئيات يا دكتور منذر.
ان شاء الله ان شاء الله دكتور.
تصبحون على خير. تصبحون على خير.
تصبحون على خير ويعطيكم العافيه.
بارك الله فيكم جميعا.